Morning, everyone. Welcome to the November 2nd Utility Advisory Commission meeting. We will start with a roll call starting online. Commissioner Scharf.
Present.
Commissioner Metz.
Present.
Vice Chair Johnston.
Present.
Commissioner Forcell. Here. And I'm here as well. Okay. We do have one agenda revision, which is we will not be approving the minutes because they were not received in time because our last meeting was off schedule and the transcriber did not have time to complete it in time. So we will not be reviewing the minutes today. We'll have 2 sets of minutes in the next meeting. Are there any oral communications from the public not on an item on the agenda?
No, Chair Siegel, we have no oral communications.
Thank you. And welcome, Commissioner Smith. I see you've joined us. Okay, and we have no unfinished business, so we can turn straight to the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Siegel. Good evening, commissioners, council member. A few items here for tonight. Throughout the year, the city of Palo Alto delivers a variety of outreach materials throughout the community about utility safety. And an important element of this public awareness program is the annual distribution of our gas safety awareness brochure. We need to send this out per our Federal Department of Transportation regulations, the DOT. We direct mail this information to all our customers, non-customers that live close to gas mains in the surrounding area of city of Palo Alto, public officials, emergency responders, excavators, which are folks that might be doing some work in the streets or someone that may have backhoes. So we send it also off to like AT&T and Comcast and others, utility companies that have done work in our streets. And then we send that gas brochure, and we're getting them to get that out this month in November. So that will be coming out in this month. Also, too, it's important for us to assess those effectiveness of those outreach of the safety guides. And one way of doing this, and we've done this in the past, again, DOT asks us to do these surveys. We're going to end up doing a survey. Primary ways mostly is through contacting the community, random phone calls. So there'll be a random sampling on this. Some of the questions that they might be asking about is if they're aware of the 811 before you call dig signs. Also, what to do if there is a gas leak. Do they know who to call in case of emergencies of a gas leak? Those are just some of the questions that will be asked. Again, it's mostly to rate just the effectiveness of our information that we're putting out to the community as a whole. Tuesday, November 1st, yesterday, marked the last series of fall landscape workshops hosted by CPAU and BASCWA, which is the Bay Area Water Supply Conservation Agency. The workshops covered topics of rainwater harvesting, lawn conservation, availability of any kind of rebates. There was 3 of these workshops. There was 91 participants in those 3 workshops. So fairly good outpour of customers that actually wanted to come and learn a little bit more about their landscaping and some of the options that they might have. Also, the One Water Plan is evaluating alternative water supplies to make the city's water supply more resilient. Palo Alto is assessing key regional water supply risks, such as project shortages under multiple droughts. The city will hold its second community workshop on December the 6th. That's December the 6th at 5:30 at the Mitchell Park Community Center. And if folks are not able to make it, and it'll also be on Zoom. There's a link available on the website, cityofpaloalto.org/workshops. We also, just a little bit of update on a little bit better news on our water supply update. The San Francisco Public Utilities, SFPUC, continues to call for voluntary water reductions in the regional water system. Palo Alto's voluntary cutbacks level is 8%. City's taken measures and aided the community with water saving efforts, including increased education, output, reaching, implemented some water restrictions such as irrigating 2 days a week, with the exception to trees. We also hired a water waste coordinator. As folks call in on the 311 app, excuse me, 311 app, we actually have somebody that's actually going out to the homes and actually knocking on the doors. Sometimes it's as simple as customers don't know that when they're watering their lawns early morning or late at night, that the spray is actually on the concrete, or they might have broken sprinkler heads, or maybe even a case where they may even have a broken irrigation line. So this coordinator's position will be able to actually go out and work with the customers and be able to talk about these adjustments that might need to be needed. Also, too, the good news portion of it is that for the billing month for July through October of this year, we've reduced our water usage to 10% off the baseline of the fiscal 2020 timeline. On Saturday, October the 15th, the city hosted a workshop titled Making Better Choices in Your Home. More than 100 community members attended and spoke with experts and staffs to benefit about electrification, including heat pump water heaters, space heaters, induction cooking, upgrading of their electrical panels, electric vehicles, and then also talking about electric bikes. 22 residents signed up at the event to learn more about the city's new pilot program, heat pump water heaters, and the financing options for installation of that piece of equipment. Participants entered into a free raffle to win some sustainability related prizes, and 6 community members won the top prize, which was a free home energy efficiency genie of coming out to their home. And my last update is we had an electric vehicle event on October the 30th from 9 to noon. It was Frunk or our treat at Cal Ave. Over 250 people came and checked out 10 new EVs. The Rivian R1T and S were there, Fiat 500, the Mustang E, the VW ID4, the Nissan Leaf, the Tesla Y, and the Kia EV6, and the Ford F100 Lightning were on display. The adults were really engaged, with some even asking the EV owners and ambassadors if their cars were on display were actually for sale. And the kids enjoyed trick and treats in the frunks and trunks filled with goodies. We handed out over 1,500 pieces of treats to the kids. People actually came dressed up, and the children came dressed up. So it was a fun time for everybody to be out there and actually learn something about EVs. So with that, that concludes my report. Can I answer questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Director Batchelor. So we'll move on to new business. And the first item is the adoption of the resolution authorizing use of teleconferencing meetings during the COVID state of emergency. We've seen this many times. Any public comments on this?
If anyone from the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. There are no hands raised, Chair Siegel.
Thank you. Do we have any commissioner comments? Anybody want to move?
I'll move the adoption of the resolution.
In a second.
Second.
Okay, and I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Scharf?
Here?
Well, do you approve, I guess?
Yes. I approve.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Forcell? I approve. Vice Chair Johnston?
Yes.
Commissioner Metz?
Yes.
And I also approve. So we will continue with the state of emergency. I believe the county or the state will end that in another couple months. Okay, moving on to number 2. This is to adopt an attendance policy. This has been before us a couple times, and we had asked to get more clarity, and we chose to wait until we knew what the governor was going to do with assembly bill. And now we have clarity. The bill is passed and it was not vetoed. So here we are ready to put forth our attendance policy. Are there any comments from the public?
If anyone from the public would like to speak about the attendance policy, please raise your hand. No hands are raised.
And we do have someone from the city attorney's office if there are any questions. Were you going to present or just answer questions?
Just answer questions.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Fine. Are there any questions from any commissioners?
I have.
Vice Chair Johnson.
I have a couple of, I think, small questions. I just, confirmation, the standard remote attendance requirements in section 3, particularly 3A, are those mandated by the Brown Act?
Yes, those are mandated by the Brown Act.
That's what I was afraid you would say. The other, I think I finally got it straightened out, but I wasn't very clear about if section 4 applies. In other words, the just cause and the emergency circumstance requirements. Do the provisions of section 3, particularly all of the stuff that have to be posted and access in remote locations, do those apply as well?
No, Vice Chair, those do not apply when you're using the just cause or the emergency circumstances.
So that isn't crystal clear to me.
Mhm.
It wasn't crystal clear. I mean, I assumed that was the case when I read it through, but it might be useful to make that clear that.
Would you like to suggest an edit to the policy? Or shall I come back with it?
I would suggest some indication that if someone is attending remotely pursuant to section 4, the requirements in section 3A, three B, and 3C are not pertinent. I'll leave it to you to draft the language, but they don't, section 3 requirements don't apply for people who are attending remotely pursuant to section 4. That's my comment.
Did you have any other comments? Any other commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Scharf.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I guess when I looked at it, it said board members, commissioners can participate remotely, but are encouraged to meet in person. And the board and commission should establish an attendance policy, is what the council directed. The Brown Act, the new Brown Act requirements, do they have a limitation on the 2 or 3, on the 3 meetings a year? Was that there?
Yes, the new Brown Act provisions, the just cause provisions have a 2 meeting limit. And the overall limitation on these new reasons to attend remotely is 20% of the meetings. You cannot use these provisions to attend more than 20% of your body's meetings solely remotely. Because this body meets 12 times a year, 20% is 2.4. So you cannot attend a 3rd meeting remotely using these new provisions.
So the way the legislature wrote it is you can only attend 2 meetings remotely, and it has to be one of the approved items: contagious illness, a need related to a physical or mental disability, or, Travel, and then there was something about if you had an emergency due to caregivers, right?
There's a just cause provision and there are emergency circumstances provisions as well.
All right. So I guess I think we should take out the actively discouraged. I mean, where we have where it says, you know, that we actively discourage commission and the commission, where it says the request likely to attend are actively discouraged. I mean, if people meet those requirements, why would we actively discourage it? We should encourage them to attend the meetings. I'll phrase it differently. Is there any reason why we couldn't take that out?
No, that's one of the items that's left to your discretion, your general policy on the matter.
So I would suggest we take it out. I mean, they're pretty limiting of why you can attend remotely. And we should basically follow the Brown Act. And if people meet those requirements, and it's only 2 meetings a year, they can't do 3, we shouldn't actively discourage it. I would think we'd want all commissioners to attend if they can.
If I can interject here, I would actually propose to make it a little more positive and say that members are encouraged to meet in person, because I think that is the policy. Although if people want to take it out, I don't have a problem removing it. But I also wanted to make sure that it's understood that there's the standard remote attendance requirement that we always had, although with COVID, we're in the state of emergency, so we haven't had to confront it. And before then, we weren't offering a remote policy. And we then have these new reasons to miss up to attend a meeting remotely up to 2 times per year. But we have a second decision to make, which is how many total meetings per year we're comfortable having commissioners attend remotely. We can limit it to 2, or we could extend it to 3, or some other time, right? We can go beyond 3 for total, right?
Yes, if you use the standard remote attendance rules, you can go beyond 3. But once you go beyond 2, you cannot use the just cause or the emergency provisions anymore.
Okay, so let me just restate that to make sure we all understand. After a commissioner has missed 2 meetings for any reason, whether one of the new emergency purposes, just cause, or for the standard attendance requirements, after 2, then these new exceptions to appearing in person, you've exhausted them for the year.
That's right.
So if your first 2 were used as emergency or not, I keep saying just cause, but it's
Yes, just cause.
it is just cause. Okay, just cause or for emergency purposes, then you may still miss a 3rd one, so long as you follow the standard remote attendance requirements.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And the 3rd one, I'm confused. The 3rd one you can attend is if you have something. What would be the reason to be able that you could do the 3rd one if you've missed 2?
Maybe you're traveling or something, so that there's it doesn't qualify for just cause or emergency, but all things equal, you prefer, it's either attending remotely or not attending at all.
So everybody gets 1, is that it? Everyone gets to attend remotely once if they're traveling on their, on vacation, or they're traveling, or they're out of town, or, they don't fit into the other just cause things. Is that it?
Well, that's the proposal,
Okay.
right? Is there would be, right. But just so we're all, on the same page, it does require these posting requirements and public access. So if you're on vacation and, your hotel room would have to publish the agenda and be available to any public who chose to participate from there. Yes.
I confess, despite all this, I'm still a little confused. So leaving just cause out of it, just talking about standard remote attendance requirements. Does the UAC have discretion as to a policy of how many meetings per year, a commissioner can do standard remote attendance.
Yes, for standard remote attendance, you have discretion as a commission to decide how many meetings.
Are there any limits on that discretion?
I mean, if,
We could say commissioners can, if they post and all these things, we could choose a policy hypothetically that let commissioners do that every single commission meeting.
yeah, you could have no maximum on standard remote attendance.
Okay. That helps. Thank you. So then it's however, if a commissioner had taken advantage of that policy more than twice, they would no longer be able to do a just cause or emergency remote attendance.
That's right.
Okay. And the suggested policy in 2C is 3 times per calendar year standard remote attendance. Is that right?
Yes, or I think the suggestion is 3 times per calendar year in total. And no more than 2 of them may be for just cause or for emergency circumstances. So if you wanted to be able to attend 3 times for remote, for a standard remote attendance, after you've already used the 2 just cause and emergency circumstances,
Then you get one more.
You would have to expand the maximum to 5 if you wanted to attend 3 times remotely after that.
Got it. Okay. For what it's worth, it was very hard for me to read 2C and understand that meaning.
Yes, I might suggest an edit of that in the second sentence after in 1 calendar year for any reason. So it would read, a commission member who has already attended 2 meetings remotely in 1 calendar year for any reason may not attend another remotely under section 4.
I think that would be helpful.
And that's the Brown Act requirement, right?
Yes, the one I just stated.
Okay. So the real discretion here is how many commission meetings in total we're going to allow people to attend remotely, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there any other discretionary items, questions besides that? Because that seemed to be the big one.
Yes, as you've discussed earlier, the general policy statement on whether remote attendance is discouraged or encouraged is also discretionary. There are a few other kind of minor discretionary items which I've highlighted on packet page 13. These are kind of Brown Act minimums that I've included, or some streamlining options I've included, which can be edited to either be expanded or to create different guidelines for different types of remote attendance. And then lastly, the scripts which I've included. These scripts are purely discretionary. You could choose to alter the scripts or have no scripts at all. These are just suggestions to help streamline this.
And I believe there was also the timing of when notice was provided if a commissioner
Yes.
was going to attend remotely because of just cause or for emergency purposes. I personally think the earliest possible opportunity is eminently reasonable. I wouldn't want to add more pressure to someone who's already got some
Yes.
urgent situation.
There are some suggestions by others that it can help to require a particular minimum to ensure that you have a quorum at the singular physical location. Because if it turns out that a quorum is not going to be at the singular physical location, then none of the remote attendees can attend under just cause or emergency circumstances. And that might be the reason that you would want to increase it. But you can assume that at the earliest possible opportunity would potentially give that opportunity as well.
Are there any other comments or questions? I think the easiest way maybe to do this is to go through the policy, those that are discretionary, and just, will that work? If we go through the discretionary ones, starting with 2B, which is the stated policy, which the proposal is request by commission members to attend a commission meeting via remote appearance are actively discouraged. One proposal is just to delete the completely. We could also, and then I had a separate proposal just to say that is the, I guess the inverse of this is that commission members are encouraged to attend commission meetings.
I like yours better than deleting. I would go with your version.
Would you accept that commission members are strongly encouraged to appear in person?
We can, why don't we, that's fine with me. Why don't we just, does anyone object to that? Commission members are strongly encouraged to appear in person? No. Anyone online? Okay, so why don't we propose that then? And then C, 2C is no commission member may attend a commission meeting remotely more than 3 times per calendar year. That is the portion that is discretionary. Were commissioners comfortable with the 3 combined limit?
We were going to add for any reason to help clarify.
Okay, for any reason. I thought that was on the second sentence, but okay.
Yes.
It was for the second sentence for any reason. I think it's going to be a commission member who has already attended 2 meetings remotely in 1 calendar year for any reason may not attend another remotely under section 4.
So I don't necessarily think there's a magic number, right? So I was trying to just think about this in my head. 3 is not unreasonable, frankly. I think 4 is better. Just because you could have a situation where people do have a couple emergencies or something, and they need to attend remotely.
So I would just remind you that if a commissioner has already attended remotely 2 times for any reason, even if it's because that was convenient, they don't have the option for any emergency.
Well, they do. They just don't call it emergency. They then just do a regular remote attendance.
Right. The difference being the posting requirements and the public access piece.
Correct. So, that's really my thought on that is that, I think what we're trying to do is encourage people to attend if they can. And that's why I think the strongly encouraged is good. But we'd rather have people attend than not attend. We just don't want them to abuse it. And so, this is a volunteer group in many ways. And if people are on vacation or something like that, or, they have a sick relative or, something like that, it seems to me that more flexibility, if it doesn't work, we can always come back and amend it.
Any thoughts on 3 or 4?
I don't feel strongly one way or the other between 3 and 4. I think as a practical matter, the requirements for attending remotely and other than an emergency or just cause situation make it unlikely that people are going to do that, except in really extreme situations.
I think I would prefer 4, but I don't have a strong view on it.
I'm neutral between 3 and 4.
Well, since I'd prefer 4, maybe we'll go with 4 then, if everyone's sort of neutral or doesn't really have a strong feeling.
I'm staying out of the numbers, but I just wanted to draw to the commission's attention that perhaps you'd want to consider the positive wording you used in 2B here in 2C as well. So that would be, each commission member may attend up to insert number here of commission meetings remotely per calendar year.
Okay, I like that. So it sounds like 4 is preferred. So what it's, each commission member may attend up to 4 commission meetings remotely per calendar year. And then the second line will be a commission member who has already attended 2 meetings remotely in 1 calendar year for any reason may not attend another remotely under section 4. Are we all comfortable with that? Excellent. And then under 2D, I don't think this will be too interesting, but under the standard remote attendance, we have a little more flexibility in terms of where commission members have to be physically present, but still within Palo Alto, right? Versus with the emergency attendance exception, the quorum must be present physically together. The proposal was just to leave it as a singular policy, at least a quorum must participate from a physical location within the city for ease of use. If people would prefer to split that, okay. Does anyone feel strongly about splitting it? I think it's probably easier as a practical matter, and the point is to encourage us to be in one place.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I think we have a longstanding tradition of gathering here in City Hall, and it would be confusing to change that.
Okay, I think we've gotten through this, but let's, I'll kind of review the portions that have changed, and then we can vote on it. And if we haven't discussed it, it's not open for modification. Is that correct?
The script is open for modification as
that's
well.
right.
And I noted that you could require additional notice as well, but that's up to the commission.
Sorry, I spoke too soon. I didn't flip the page. Right. Is anyone wanting to change the notice from anything more explicit or with more time built in than earliest possible opportunity? No, I don't think anyone feels a need for that. I think we trust each other to notify us as soon as it's reasonably possible. And then there's this, 4C4, where there's some proposed language. So if a commissioner has to attend for either just cause or emergency circumstances, there's a script which is reflecting what's in the statute in a way that makes it easy to follow the statute and notify commissioners, I guess. Does anyone desire to have any changes there?
I mean, as I read it, these scripts are just suggestions. They're not, it's not required that you use the language. So I think they're helpful.
I agree.
Right. I think, right, the idea is that these are the exceptions that are set forth in the statute. So it allows a commissioner to know which one they are proposing to as their exception.
Yeah, there are certain things that the commissioners must notify the whole commission of if they attend remotely. So this script is just to help ensure that you've notified the commission of the things you need to notify them of.
I think we're all okay with that. Okay, so now we've gotten through all the discretionary, and let me make sure. Okay, so we are going to,
I don't know whether we want to try to draft the to meet my concern that it's not clear that if you're under section 4, you don't have to meet the requirements of section 3, but I would like to see something put in there. I don't know if it makes sense for us to sit here and try to draft that.
You might, an edit to section maybe 4D. I I don't know if I have one off the top of my head, but 4D says if a commission member determines that any or all of the requirements in section 4 cannot be met, they shall not participate in the meeting remotely. In short, I can possibly draft a sentence in there that refers to this being the only requirements from this policy that must be met. Once, of course, the requirements of section 2 are also met, which relate to the number of attendances.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sure. So section 4D, this puts out a requirement that all commission members comply with all the parts of section 4 in order to use section 4. I could redraft this to specify that section 3 does not apply to section 4 as well.
That would be helpful.
You can, and I might just propose having a sentence that says there are the three different ways to attend remotely are as follows, whatever, standard, and then each of them so that it's clear they're separate. But whatever, I don't think we have to decide that now. I think you understand what the concern is, just to clarify that you're under a different set of requirements.
Yes.
Okay, well, maybe. Okay, so real quickly, we'll go through. So the UAC attendance policy with the following modifications would be under 2B, we are going to say that commissioners are strongly encouraged to attend commission meetings in person. Under 2C, we'll change it to each commission member may attend up to 4 commission meetings remotely in any calendar year. And then the second sentence, a commission member who has already attended 2 meetings remotely in 1 calendar year for any reason may not attend another remotely under section 4. And then D, we're going to leave as it is. We didn't have any. Then the next discretionary piece, I don't think we made any other changes to what was proposed, but we are proposing to add some clarification that the remote attendance policy requirements don't apply to the emergency remote attendance options. And with all of that, this is an action, right? We have.
I was just going to say, do we have to take action on it tonight, or can the action be to request that you come back with a document that we can then just vote on straight up?
That would be at your preference. There's no particular timeline at which you have to pass this, and even these provisions we're talking about aren't effective until January 1st, either way.
Okay, so would you rather see another draft next month? I think we need to do it next month.
I just feel, I always feel better if I can read the thing that the language that we're voting on. I mean, that said, conversationally, it does feel like we're all aligned on what we're asking for. So kind of however you want to do it, Chair Siegel.
I'd kind of like to be done since this is the 3rd time we've discussed this at a meeting. But yeah,
Well, if we don't like it when we see it written up, I assume we can ask it to be modified.
okay, so why don't we do that? And then we go with the proposal with the caveat, if we need to change it, that's available with the majority of the commissioners voting. So does anybody want to move to accept our new attendance policy as modified? And anyone second?
I'll second.
Okay, we'll start in person. Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnston,
Yes.
Commissioner Forcell,
Yes.
Commissioner Scharf,
Yes.
and Commissioner Smith. We may have lost him, but I think the motion carries either way. So we can move on to the next.
Chair Siegel, if I could just add, So once we make these changes, what we can do is we just put it in an informational for next month so that all of you will be able to see it. And then if there's discussion, then we can bring it back up at that period of time. If that's okay.
That sounds great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. That's a great solution. Okay. Moving on to item 3 is a review of the rec exchange program. Do we have any public comments?
If anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item, the rec exchange program, please raise your hand or press star 9 if you're on a telephone. No hands raised.
Thank you. And Dr. Stack, do you have a presentation?
I do, yep. Can everybody see my screen now?
Yep.
Great. Good evening, Chair Siegel and Commissioners. I'm Jim Stack, Senior Resource Planner with Utility. Here tonight with a pretty short and sweet presentation to share with you on the Rec Exchange program. I think you're all probably pretty familiar with the program at this point, since the council adopted it in the summer of 2020, a little over 2 years ago. I've come to you periodically with presentations along these lines, kind of updating you on the impacts of the program and how it's doing. And this presentation is pretty similar to the ones I've shared previously, with some of that discussion on the program's impacts to date and our projections for the future. The one nuance here, the one change is that we also have an action item associated with this tonight. We have a recommendation to continue the program into the future. The reason for that is because when the council adopted the program back in 2020, they directed staff to return by the end of 2022 with a review of the program's impacts to date and a discussion of whether to continue the program going into the future. So it is our recommendation to continue the program. But let me first get into the slides. So first, I'll share some of the results of the program so far during the 3 years that it's been implemented. So as I mentioned, in the summer of 2020, we were kind of in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic and recession, and the council adopted this program. And the program involves, of course, taking some of our excess in-state renewable energy, which is known as Bucket 1 renewable energy, or RECs, and selling that and purchasing or exchanging for that some out-of-state renewable energy, Bucket 3 RECs. Our view is that functionally these two products are equivalent to each other in terms of their environmental and climate impacts. But due to the state's RPS regulations and the way they are written, and they favor use of in-state RECs, there's a pretty large price premium for Bucket 1 RECs, or in-state renewable energy, compared to Bucket 3. So because the city had so much excess renewable energy from in-state resources relative to our RPS requirements, that kind of presented us with an arbitrage opportunity. And we've been discussing this idea conceptually for a while before it was adopted, but in the summer of 2020, with the pandemic happening, that kind of kicked things into gear. And when the council adopted it in 2020, they directed that the net revenue that the program generates for the first 2 years, 2020 and 2021, 2/3 of the net revenue would be devoted towards supply cost reductions in order to keep residential rates lower. And then the remainder of that would be allocated towards local decarbonization programs. And then for 2022 and beyond, all of the revenue would be allocated towards local decarbonization efforts. So this slide shows you the results so far. The program has generated a little under $7 million in net revenue to date. And you can see the RPS levels that the city has achieved down there. Those have allowed us to maintain our compliance with state RPS regulations, all at the same time generating about $3.4 million in terms of reducing supply costs and a similar amount of money for local decarbonization efforts. So some pretty strong results to date. If the program is continued into the future, we anticipate that the amount of net revenue will gradually shrink. And the reason for that is simply that over time, the state RPS requirement levels step up until we reach a 60% requirement in 2030. So these RPS level requirements gradually increase every year, and that reduces the amount of excess bucket 1 renewable energy that we have to sell and swap for bucket 3 renewable energy. So you can see that over time, we project the net revenue to be about $2.5 million next year, and then dropping to about $1.3 million by 2027. So cumulatively over the next 5 years, we're anticipating somewhere around $9 to $10 million in net revenue from the program, or about $1.9 million per year on average. And all of that under the current rules would be devoted towards local decarbonization efforts, such as our building electrification programs that are getting off the ground now. In terms of the impact this has on the portfolio, as we said earlier, functionally, there's no impacts on, the environmental quality of the electric supply. However, because of the state's rules on the power content labels that we distribute to customers every year, bucket 3 RECs are presented as unspecified power rather than as renewable power. So for example, for calendar year 2022, the one that we're in, if we didn't have the REC exchange program in place, the power content label would show a supply mix like the bars on the left, the stack bars on the left. And then with the REC exchange program in place, selling some of our renewable energy and swapping it for bucket 3 RECs, you can see the effect there on the right set of bars, with the unspecified power region being significantly larger. One thing to note here is that for 2022, this is the lowest ever year we've ever seen for our hydro generation from our resources. So in a normal year, we wouldn't see any unspecified power in the set of bars on the left, but because it's been so dry this year, we had so little hydro generation with the reservoirs being low, that even without selling any renewable energy, we would have had a pretty significant chunk of unspecified power showing up in our portfolio, being matched with bucket 3 RECs, of course. On the power content label over the past few years, we've also had to report a greenhouse gas emissions intensity average for our portfolio. And here again, the state gives preference to in-state renewable energy. And for out-of-state renewable energy, or bucket 3 RECs, they, instead of considering them to be carbon neutral, they assign them an emissions intensity factor equivalent to like a natural gas plant. So because of that, the emissions intensity that we have to report on the power content label is significantly higher. For 2022, it would be around 209 kilograms of CO2 per megawatt hour with the program in place, and about half of that if there was no REC exchange program in place. And just for point of comparison, the statewide mix of electric supply in 2021 was around 210 kilograms per megawatt hour as well. So with the REC exchange program in place and all this unspecified power being shown in our power content label, our emissions intensity is roughly the same as the statewide average. To my knowledge, though, we've never had any complaints or questions from customers about this, the different look of the power content label under this REC exchange program. So, but this is what the effect of the program is. And so that takes me to the conclusion and our recommendation. Staff recommends that the UAC recommend that the council affirm the continuation of the REC exchange program, where we sell our excess bundled RECs from long-term renewable resources that are in state and exchange them for RPS eligible unbundled RECs to the maximum extent possible while maintaining compliance with state RPS regulations. And then we also recommend that the council direct staff to return to the UAC and city council by 2027 to provide another review of the program's impacts. So that is all I have. If you have any questions, I'm happy to listen to this.
Thank you, Dr. Stack. Commissioners, Vice Chair Johnston.
So thank you for the report. This program, I think, has turned out very well, and I'm particularly pleased to hear that there hasn't been a lot of pushback from the community. The only comment I had is I just wondered whether pushing the next report out to 2027 isn't a little long time away. I guess I would like to see it somewhere around 2025, so 3 years from now rather than 5 years from now. That's my comment.
Commissioner Forcell.
Hey, Dr. Stack, thank you for this update. I just have, can you help me understand on packet page 30, the bar graphs that we were just looking at? If we look at the left-hand side, the calendar year 2022 baseline with the emissions of 114 kilograms per megawatt hour. So before we did the REC exchange program, we would buy RECs to get to carbon neutral. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, under the carbon neutral plan rules, we would have had to purchase RECs to cover up that unspecified power shown in the left set of bars.
Okay, and so then now we are continuing to buy those, and we're selling, and we're engaging in the arbitrage on top of that.
That's correct.
Okay, so when we look at the baseline without REC exchanges, that's not in opposition to our claim of carbon neutrality, because in either case, we're purchasing enough bucket 3 RECs to get to carbon neutral. Yes, that's correct. So my only other question was from the report on package page 19. It makes complete sense that as the state ramps up its RPS requirement levels, there's less of an opportunity. The part that I don't quite understand is the statement that some of the city's older and smaller renewable energy contracts are set to expire, which further reduces the supply of bucket 1 RECs. Can you help me understand that? Because I assume if our contracts are expiring, we're replacing them with other renewable energy sources. So why would those RECs from those energy sources not be available to do the REC exchange?
Because we have so much surplus renewable energy at this point, we haven't factored in or assumed that we would continue those contracts. And they're primarily pretty small, the landfill gas contracts. So they're just a couple of megawatts. So we haven't assumed in our models currently that we would, replace them with
my assumption that we'd be replacing that energy with other renewable energy is incorrect, because it's more energy than we need.
I think at this point, with our load having declined in recent years, we haven't assumed that we would add more on top of that, because unless the load grows to the point where we need to replace it with some additional renewable energy. But if we did have to buy more energy to meet an increase in our load when our contracts start to expire, we would of course replace it with renewable energy. Yes.
Okay, and so our load predictions, do they take into account certain assumptions about city electrification at this point?
They do, yeah. We'll actually be coming to you next month with a discussion on our long-term load forecast.
Awesome.
We've built in a lot of exciting impacts from building electrification and transportation electrification, and some possible new commercial load growth that we're excited about.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Net.
Yes, again, Dr. Stack, thank you for your presentation. I'd just like to make a few comments and one proposal. The comments are that, it's good to make money. I'm in favor of that. But selling one financial instrument, bucket 1 RECs, and buying another financial instrument, bucket 3 RECs, does nothing to advance environmental sustainability. In fact, I think buying bucket 3 RECs, which don't have a time or location requirement, that's what makes them bucket three, actually provides no renewable additionality. Additionality is a key thing in RECs. Do you, by buying that instrument, create somehow additional renewable energy? And actually, the reference that's in the document, the Pinkel-Weinrib reference says, for unbundled RECs and carbon offsets, quote, it's difficult, if not impossible, to verify additionality. So I think you can make a good case that there may not be additionality. And that's the reason that California sharply limits bucket three RECs. It's also the reason why bucket three RECs are so much cheaper than bucket one RECs. So, my thought is that this really probably reduces renewable energy. My recommendation is that if we do go forward with this, that we use the money for two things. One is to generate renewable energy locally, and a combination of that plus increasing conservation. So either increase renewable generation or reduce energy loads in the city. So that's what I'd like to propose instead of general decarbonization.
Did you want to respond to any of that, Dr. Stack?
I think there's a reasonable debate that's to be had about the additionality question. There are folks who share your views that unbundled RECs have a little bit less of additionality impact. I guess I would say that we were pretty early getting into the renewable energy game and signing some large PPAs in California. So I think Palo Alto stepped up pretty early and had a big impact on getting that market going. We've really done more than our share to get new renewable energy installed in California. And secondly, I would say that we've seen over the past few years bucket three REC prices increase substantially. They used to be about $1.50 per megawatt hour, and now they're up in the $7 range. As more and more states around California have started to increase their renewable energy requirements as well, and commercial customers have been buying them as well. So I think at those levels, I think you can make a pretty good argument that makes a meaningful impact on the finances of these renewable energy developers, and that there's more of an argument now at those price levels that they do provide some additionality. They provide enough impetus to build more supply to meet this demand.
Thank you, Commissioner Forcell.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I do remember in 2020, and it's possible we even started talking about this in 2019, Commissioner Metz, the commission raised exactly that concern about additionality. And I remember reading some academic papers that indicated that bucket three RECs had the qualities we were looking for in terms of actual carbon reduction, as well as making note of the fact that the California requirements may have been motivated by state legislators' desire to keep the economic benefits of these projects in state. So it's certainly, I just want to point out, it's something that the commission did consider, as well as city council, when this policy was adopted. And I remember for my part, I landed on being convinced that it had the additionality properties that we require, and that going forward, the biggest impact that we have is in the contracts we sign for additional projects for procuring our own energy sources. So just wanted to point that out as well.
Yeah, I'd like to comment. I mean, it gets a little wonky, I'll admit, but electricity is about delivering energy at a certain place in a certain time. And the definition of bucket three RECs is that they don't have that time or place connection. I mean, that's what makes them bucket three, right? That they don't meet the criteria of bucket one or bucket two RECs. So I think, even the references in this document says that they're not additional. And I think you can see from the increasing curtailment in the California grid over time that I think there's pretty good evidence that increasingly renewable resources are, being built and paid for, and they're not contributing renewable energy. So I think that's an increasing problem. And I think the comments point out that we really need to, run it to ground to figure out, is it additional or not?
So any other commissioner comments? I guess I would highlight what Commissioner Forcell mentioned, that we have spent multiple commission meetings on this issue over time, and there were a couple resources that I hope, do you remember what they were, Dr. Stack? Maybe we can send those around to the UAC again. That maybe can get you more comfortable, but I also want to direct the commissioner's attention to what's before us tonight, which is a policy that's already been approved by the city council. And so the question is whether we're comfortable continuing it. And there is this other question on the table as to whether, if we choose to continue it, whether the next review should be in 2027. And maybe this conversation is just further evidence that it should come back before the commission sooner than 2027. So do any other commissioners have any thought on the second portion of the recommendation, which is the timing of when it should come back?
Yeah, I would agree that we probably should look at it, particularly since it's declining so quickly. That we probably want to look at it sooner.
So I would propose 2025. That was on the table, and that seems to be enough time to see what's going on in the market, and not so much time that if we need to revisit it, we've lost, that opportunity is too far in the future. And then Commissioner Metz, I hope that if we can provide some of this other documentation, you'll get comfortable, because we did have these conversations multiple times, and maybe even to take a look at those old meetings might provide some comfort as well. But if you're not comfortable.
Okay.
Are there any other commissioner comments? Do we have a motion to accept the recommendation with the change from 2027 to 2025?
Also move.
And this is second?
I'll second.
Okay, and we'll start online. Commissioner Scharf
Yes.
and Commissioner Forcell,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnston,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz?
We're voting on this with the shortened
Yeah.
timeline. Is that
Yes.
correct? Yes.
Okay, and I also approve, so that is passed. And Commissioner Smith is not here, I take it.
Chair Siegel, Commissioner Smith is here. He is having vocal difficulties. He did email me to let me know that he is here, he is listening, but he can't speak for some reason.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, if you would like to text whether you support the motion, I don't want to deprive you of your opportunity there. Okay, we can move on, and we'll record your vote for the record. Why don't we go on one more before we take a break to item 4, which is an electric hydro rate adjuster. Are there any public comments?
If anyone from the public would like to speak on the hydro rate adjuster, please raise your hand or press star 9 if you're on your phone. No hands are raised.
Thank you. And we have a presentation for this one as well.
We do, Chair Siegel. Eric Hennessy, our rates manager, will be going over this rate increase for this hydro adjuster. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric.
Good evening, commissioners. Hopefully you can all hear me. And is everyone seeing my screen tonight?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So dovetailing into Jim's presentation on keeping with the electric theme, tonight we're bringing to you a proposal to increase the electric hydro rate adjuster. Let me just move forward on that. So one of the things, we implemented the hydro rate adjuster several years ago, and what it is meant to do is to fund additional power purchases when hydro supplies are low. As we saw from the presentation, just the prior presentation, we are in an unprecedented, well, not unprecedented, but a very, very low hydro year. And we are in a situation where we have to go out for more market power. When we have to do that, that market power can be quite expensive. And what we're seeing right now is with very low hydro output projected to be below 310, hydro stabilization reserves drawn way down, we are seeing circumstances where those market prices are about twice what we had originally projected back when we first put this hydro rate adjuster together. So in FY22, our power costs were about $16 million higher than what was budgeted. We used all of the hydro stabilization reserves that we had to help mitigate against that. And we implemented the existing hydro rate adjuster in April of 2022 to help offset some of these effects. But right now, the supply operations reserve is only about 22 million. We have a minimum reserve guideline of right around 18 million. So we're getting closer and closer to that floor level. Just to sort of show what happens, you can sort of see what happens in general when we have a dry hydro market. When things are wet, things are great. Hydropower is cheap and wonderful. When we don't have a lot of hydro, those market costs go through the roof. We have additional circumstances going on right now, both regionally and worldwide. Power market costs are high because of inflation. We can see the effects of natural gas markets are now high due to worldwide problems. And because of that, a lot of the generation resources that we have to go and buy at market are incredibly expensive. So right now, as I said, last year we had power purchase costs about $16 million higher than budget. Right now, we're estimating that they might be upwards of about 9 million higher than what we have in current budget. If we do not add an addition to the hydro rate adjuster as it currently stands, we will drop below our minimum guideline level of about 18.8 million by the end of this fiscal year. We'd like that not to happen. So we see it that if we were to take the existing hydro rate adjuster and double it from 1.3 cents to 2.6 cents, that would bring in about an additional $5 million for the rest of this fiscal year and should keep us above minimum guideline levels. So that is what we're bringing to you tonight, sort of an emergency stopgap measure to help bridge that gap in what we're seeing in higher purchase costs. Moving forward, seeing that this is a situation that we're not quite sure how long it's going to go on. We're not sure, droughts can continue for several years. Power market costs can continue could be higher for several years more. We're very likely staff will bring in with the upcoming electric rate increase in June, potential amendments to the existing hydro rate adjuster method. Right now, they are pegged at specific dollars per kWh in discrete buckets. We might bring something forward a little bit more flexible, something that would take into account what our projected budget is, or what our adopted budget is, versus projected budget, and a more fluid hydro rate adjuster moving, to put onto customer bills, something more akin to like what we have on the gas side, of reflecting actual market costs and trying to not run ourselves, not run reserves so much out. If we do that, then we can possibly get away from needing to maintain a large hydro stabilization reserve. So overall reserves could end up being lower in that case, but this is something that we are evaluating moving forward. So with that, that sort of ends my presentation. So here's the staff recommendation, and I would welcome any questions or comments that you may have on it.
Thank you, Mr. Kensington. Keniston, sorry. Vice Chair Johnston.
Just thank you for the presentation. And obviously this is a critical thing. It's good that we're focusing on it. Is the idea that we would implement the new increased hydro rate adjuster as soon as it's approved by the city council?
Yes. So ideally what we're trying to do here is get the proposal in front of finance committee by the first part of within November, and to council by December for a January 1st implementation. That would be ideal. That way we could try to capture as much of the year as possible. With 6 months, we should be able to hopefully, if sales stay close to projections, we should be able to get about $5 million additional in revenue and help to offset those costs. So,
thank you.
Commissioner Metz.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of questions. First is, since we have a fuel surcharge for gas generated electricity, how do high, market prices for electricity affect the hydro surcharge? I mean, shouldn't we, by buying more gas generated electricity, shouldn't that, with the surcharge, shouldn't that compensate for the extra expense? Isn't that the whole point of the gas surcharge?
We don't have a gas surcharge for that on our electric rates, and not per se. So our electric rates are fairly static. We have merely the hydro rate adjuster is what we tack on to cover additional market costs beyond what we can get from hydro generation. So as I said, moving forward, we may develop and take the existing hydro rate adjuster and turn it into something more like what you see in other utilities around the state, of a power cost adjuster. And so it can encompass the whole gamut of higher market related costs when we have to go out and procure supplies greater than budget.
Okay, so we don't have a fuel adjuster in electric rate. I'm sorry.
No, we don't. No.
Okay.
No, many utilities do, but we do not.
Okay. Then the other question I had is, it seems like, isn't the real problem here that we have this large fixed cost for hydro, right, and the variable supply? So, and we're trying to recover this fixed cost for customers with a surcharge on a variable revenue source, namely the amount of kilowatt hours that customers buy. So, isn't that the real problem, that we have a fixed cost and we're trying to pay for it with a variable revenue source? Would it make sense to, it just seems kind of convoluted. Wouldn't it make sense to charge customers for the hydro fixed cost as a fixed cost, and then have a variable cost for hydro? And so if there's a lot of supply, they would benefit, and there'd be lower. And if there isn't, it would be more. It just seems like this is a fixed cost. And the reason we're getting in this problem with the fund is that, we're just trying to match the fixed cost to a variable revenue source.
So as to that, I think we suffer a little bit from the naming of the hydro rate adjuster. It's meant to recover the costs of when we don't have hydro. And yes, we do have certain fixed costs related to hydroelectric, but in this case, those costs aren't going up. What we're seeing, the increased cost is related to everything else of having to go out and buy that, as Dr. Stack had in his last presentation, that hashtag variable of that market-based power. And that is what has gone, that was, I think in our original models back when we put this together, was at $45 per megawatt hour. Now it's at 90 something plus.
Okay.
So that's what this is really meant to be. Maybe as a part of this, we'll do a naming change as well and take it away from a hydro rate adjuster to a power cost adjuster. But that's truly it. In future rate actions, we might suggest putting in a fixed charge for customers to help deal with some of that, to better represent those fixed costs. But that will be forthcoming when staff brings forth rate changes for the July 1st, 2024.
If I could add,
rather. Yes.
Oh, thank you. If I could add too, is that, the one thing that is nice about this hydro adjuster is that it is flexible. So when hydro is in good conditions, these charges go away. Where if we put those fixed charges back into covering this portion of it, we won't have any flexibility to lower that rate down. So the idea is that this is a flexible two kilowatt costs as we go through the hydro. And I think, as Eric just mentioned, this might be something that we will have to look at in the future here, knowing that conditions are not going to change in our favor, I don't think, for the hydro. So maybe what we're going to have to do is, we lower off with the hydro, but then we increase the rate, but we still have that flexibility to turn it off when we can to the customer.
Right. I guess my thought was to match, our fixed charges with our fixed costs and our variable charges revenue with our variable costs. So, it'd also be more transparent. One of the objectives discussed in the presentation was going forward, if this continues to get worse and it doesn't get better, then it makes it more transparent to see that this is just going off the rails and we have to do something else.
Right. Well, I think then also too that, I think the question comes up is, do we look for other renewables? Are we going to get away from, because one of the things that's coming up also is the Western, do we continue to take the percentage that we take today, or do we start looking for some wind, or do we start looking from solar to offset these costs?
Right.
So I think it's something that staff we need to take a hard look at and see where we're going to go. And because not any kind of weather person, but it just shows that I think that we have some serious issues that we have to deal with here. And we need to find cheaper power.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shar.
Thanks. I think I would caution us to not always get stuck in the trap of whatever the conditions are today, they're going to last forever. When interest rates are low, people think they're going to last forever. When inflation's low, they think inflation's not going to come back. When we have inflation, they think it lasts forever. I think the better thing to do on this is say Palo Alto's had this hydro for, I don't know, Dean, what, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years?
Yeah, I don't know the exact, Commissioner Scharf, but yeah, we've had this for quite some time in our portfolio.
And so I would encourage staff to look at this over the long term. The only variable here is, do we really think that drought will be the new normal? And if case, hydro is a bad bet. And I don't think we know the answer to that. But I think if we looked at it over the last number of years that we've had hydro, it's been a great positive for the city. And I think the savings that we've achieved over the time have far offset the added costs in the dry years. And that's just my belief. I think from seeing that, my time on council and at NCPA, how good this has been for Palo Alto over the long term. With climate change, maybe that doesn't hold true anymore, but I think we'd have to look long and hard before we decide it doesn't. And I think it has to be a thoughtful response as opposed to, yeah, we're in a terrible drought and costs are way up. I think we have to think long and hard about making those decisions about Western in the future if we are in a drought now. And so I would just encourage us not to leap to the fact that hydro is a bad thing to have. Because as far as I can tell, it's been a great thing for Palo Alto. And I think a measured response to this stuff. And I was going to say, I think this increasing the hydro rate adjuster is a measured response. And if we have a non-drought year next year, people will get the benefit and the rate adjuster could go away. So I think this is a good plan and I think we should support it.
Any other commissioner comment? Commissioner Forcell?
Yeah, I agree that the hydro rate adjuster is the tool that we have right now, and it's a better tool than having to go for a complete rate increase. And if staff comes back with even better tools the next time we're looking at rates, I'm excited to see something that's even more flexible and captures the dynamic of market power even better. But I certainly support this plan at this point.
Any other commissioner comments? Yeah, I guess I would just reiterate what the prior two commissioners have said. I support it. And I like the flexibility given where we are today. It's a lot faster of a solution than some other options that maybe we want to consider down the road. And we have the beauty of Westerns coming up next year, right? So we'll have a chance to talk about it and think about it more then as well. So thank you. With that, do we have a motion to,
Chair Siegel?
sorry,
No, may I ask a question before you move to motions?
please.
Thank you so much. Mr. Keniston, hello. I just want to be sure I understand. It's slide 4, and then in the packet, it's page 37. I think the story here for this year is really about the difference in the operations reserve balance at the beginning. And I'm not sure that came out super clearly in the staff report. So it may be that when this moves to finance, I had to go back and forth. I'm like, well, wait, our current projection, this 23. So I just, if you could just highlight that a bit in the staff report so we understand the situation for the current fiscal year that we're in.
Definitely.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Yeah, I guess I agree. We don't want to be below our lows and our reserves, our minimums. Okay, so with that, do we have a motion to recommend to council that they adopt a resolution to amend the electric hydro rate adjuster rate schedule to reflect current hydrological conditions and market purchase costs that would double all existing electric hydro rate adjuster surcharges and discounts and increase the current electro hydro rate adjuster rate from $0.013 per kilowatt to $0.026 per kilowatt hour.
So moved.
Thank you. And second?
I'll second.
Okay. And, Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnston,
Yes.
Commissioner Forcell,
Yes.
and Commissioner Scharf,
Yes.
and Commissioner Smith. I see you there.
Yes, I'm back. I agree.
Great. Thank you. And I think we'll take a quick break now. I have 7:26, so let's come back at 7:40. Thank you. is changes to the utilities, rules and regulations and rate schedules for the AMI implementation. Do we have any public comments?
If there are any public comments, please raise your hand. If you are on a cell phone, please hit *9. Hit your button, the green button. There you go.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation, Director Bachelor?
We do not. We were going to have a conversation with this. So I'm going to introduce Dave Yen, our strategic manager, to go over these changes that we've highlighted in this report.
Good morning, Chair Siegel and Commissioners. One is the deployment of the advanced meter infrastructure. So this is about bringing out smart meters and also radio endpoints to enable wireless transmission of data and events from the meters. And the second area is about buildovers. There are instances when homeowners will build a deck over a service line where they'll put a ornamental structure over a meter box. So we're just trying to clarify that it is the customer's responsibility to make sure there's unobstructed access to either meters, service lines, or any other facilities required to provision utility services. So I can try to group them real quick and we can go through those two areas. So rule number 2, if you're following the staff report, is basically adding the definition of advanced metering infrastructure. That's the main change, just adding that new general definition. And then the next rule change related to AMI is number 9. So as part of the AMI meters, there is that new functionality where we can remotely connect or disconnect meters. And I think we brought this back to you a few months ago, explaining the benefits. We don't have to send out a crew to connect someone or disconnect someone. So customers can call in and then we can do it over the phone for them immediately. So we will be piloting these remote connect and disconnect switches. And then rule number 10 is about meter reading. So this is the one we're going to allow customers to opt out of the AMI program if they choose. They will have 2 opportunities to opt out. Before they'll get notices ahead of time before the installation crew comes out. So they can even let us know ahead of time and they can keep their legacy meters. And if they want to opt out after we already installed the advanced meter, what we can do is turn off the electronic transmission on the meter. So we'll still have to manually read the meter and there won't be any data transmitting remotely to us. So there is a fee to that. What we're recommending is $100 one-time fee and a $25 monthly fee. And these fees are basically to recover staff time to create a new meter route for these self-read customers or opt-out customers. And then staff will also have to manually verify their reads every month and validate them. Whereas with AMI, there is a system that does all that automation and does all the verification for us. So for these opt-out reads, we will have to manually review each one. And then we'll also perform a physical audit every year to make sure what we're getting in the self-reads are aligned with what we're being reported. And the next rule that related to AMI is number 15. Which is basically provisioning of meter-related equipment. So this is both 15 and 20 about adding peripheral equipment for meters. These are the radio endpoints that will be part of the AMI infrastructure. So this is for gas and water meters. And that is it for the AMI section. And for the other section regarding overbuilds, rules number 8. Is access to premise, just make sure there's unobstructed access to the meters and also to service lines. And same for number 20 is about the city will have the right to relocate a service line or a meter if we're not able to access it anymore. And then the charge will be borne by the customer if they've done something to obstruct our access and we're not able to get to it. So that is the proposed changes for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Yuan. Are there any commissioner comments or questions?
I have a couple of questions. First of all, in Rule 9E, the remote disconnect, packet page 87. There's rules in here for remotely disconnecting a customer. And I guess the question is, are the procedures for disconnection that, other than the fact you do it remotely, do you go through the same notice that you provide for in Rule 9C?
Yes, it is follow the same procedure. The only difference is we'll do it remotely instead of rolling out a truck or sending out a crew to do that.
It might be helpful just to note in 9E2 that you'll follow the same procedures as in 9C.
Okay.
And then you just, I think I just heard you say that for the customers who opt out and who agree to read their own meters, that the city will basically audit that every 3 months?
Right now, the proposals are do it every year, do an annual.
That's what I
review.
thought.
Mhm.
But I mean, I'm getting to the question about the amount of the fee.
Mhm.
I mean, we charge, it's $100 to opt out, and then it's $25 a month
Mhm.
for 1 meter reading a year.
No, the $25 is for the customer to self-report their reads. So we would have to manually enter it into our system, also verify if it's within the range of what we're expecting. So make sure it's not an
So
outlier.
it's to cover the cost of people in the office
Mhm.
to manually enter the amount.
That is correct. And also verify and validate, and also have to call them if they don't submit the read in that monthly cycle. So we would have to follow up with them as well.
Okay. And how did we come up with that
That's big.
figure?
Sure, it's based on staff time. So we estimate the amount of minutes per each staff member that will be conducting each task. So we have it broken out on a
Okay.
spreadsheet.
So we could, if asked,
Mhm.
we will say, yes, this is how we came up with that figure.
Correct. So yeah, these fees are for cost recovery only. They're not to make any money or discourage residents from opting out or opting in.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Any other commissioner questions or comments? Commissioner Forcell.
Just back on the opt-out fees, that we got some communications from the public that were just pointing out that PG&E has lower opt-out fees. You're our business manager, not theirs, but can you respond to the potential reasons why PG&E doesn't charge as much as we're saying that we need to?
They are regulated by the CPUC. So the CPUC did have a ruling on them, on the IOUs, and that's the fee they came up with for all the IOUs like PG&E, Southern Edison. So our fees is not governed by the CPUC. It's just based on our cost recovery time.
I will say in passing that I support these fees, but I do think it would be worthwhile after implementing the program to revisit it in, say, 3 years, and base it on actual costs that have been documented. At this point, obviously, we have to estimate. But if those fees could come down, that would be great. And my other question is around packet page 53, just the general definitions. The definition of advanced metering infrastructure has, blah, 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 transmit data from, quote, smart, unquote, utility meters. Is that the best definition?
Maybe
for like
I think
smart in quotes. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we all know what it is, but shouldn't we, I don't know. I saw that and I thought, can't we write down what a smart meter, like actually the technology is and does that distinguishes it from a dumb meter?
Right.
That's just feedback.
Okay.
And additionally, near real-time consumption data, if there's a tighter definition of what that is, it would be
Okay. For now,
potentially helpful.
in regards to interval data, there's going to be like a 1 day delay right now it's going to take because we're integrated back with our CIS system, our SAP system. So it's not, that's why we're saying near real time. We don't have instantaneous reads right now, at least not currently.
Maybe calling out the range, like somewhere between daily and 15-minute interval or
Sure.
second interval, or, whatever is the aspiration that this technology will ultimately support.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know that we here in this meeting can define smart, or maybe we can.
Yeah, I think we have in quotation, I think PG&E coined the word smart meter. So, and I think everyone in general knows what those are, I guess. That's why we use that in the definition. But it could be called advanced meters or what else would they call them? But then any suggestion? We should think about it and ponder some more.
I'll just leave it as feedback.
Okay, appreciate it. I do also want to note regarding the fees, there is going to be a rate assistance fee. It's going to be $10 monthly and $50 one time instead of the $25 and $100.
Any other commissioner questions or comments?
Tabitha. Are there any raise their hands? Oh, I can see.
No other commissioners hand raised.
Okay, I guess I would just say I don't have a problem with smart. I think we say smartphones, but so we're supposed to. This is an action item, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we had a couple changes to 9EII, which is a notice to disconnect, just to clarify that that's the same notice provided as in 9C, whether it's remote or not. And then I guess you'll visit the AMI definition as well.
Mhm.
But I think we can probably vote on it anyway, unless there's some reason, Dean, that we should hold off on voting with those two minor changes.
I think that we would be safe to go ahead and move forward with this recommendation. Like I said, we're asking for a couple minor changes. We understand what you're asking. And we can make those changes.
Okay, then if I have a motion,
I'd move that we recommend that the council adopt the rule changes set out in the staff's report with the changes that we've discussed.
do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, and at home, Chair or Commissioner Scharf.
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnston,
Yes.
Commissioner Forcell.
Yes.
And I also approve. And if Commissioner Smith is there with technical problems, hopefully he'll provide his vote to you as well.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Great, and now we'll move on to item 6, which is staff's recommendation that the UAC approve a recommendation that council recommend building the fiber backbone and options for fiber to the premises. I think we have some public comments.
If anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 6, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone.
Let her know that we have one speaker.
We have one speaker virtually and 3 that are here. The speaker that's on Zoom is Daniel Dulitz. Mr. Dulitz, you can speak now.
Thank you. Reading the staff's recommendations, I have 3 observations. First is that all the technical questions, I believe, have been answered at this point. In my view, the proposal from Magellan is technically suitable, and I believe that there is no significant technical risk in this proposal. Second, the primary risk in this proposal concerns marketing, take rates, and determining the true cost of providing service. And my third observation is that many residents are dissatisfied with their internet options today. Even areas that are served by AT&T Fiber today would likely receive better service even from AT&T if it would have a true fiber competitor. For these reasons, I support the FTTP recommendation and specifically a phased build-out described as option 2 in the staff presentation. A phased build-out mitigates the primary risks of this proposal regarding take rates and marketing by enabling test deployments effectively, which with a relatively low expenditure of capital can determine the community's desire for these services at scale. And while the staff presentation suggests that option 2 provides limited support for the city's needs for its communications infrastructure, I believe that wise application of phasing, choosing the right areas to phase, could support the vast majority of the city's needs in a relatively short time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dulitz. Are there any other speakers online?
I see no other hands raised. Okay, our first speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, followed by Jeff Hoyle.
Thank you. On how to move forward with fiber. And thank you to the commissioners for exploring how to provide better internet access at high speeds. Option 1 is to build fiber backbone and fiber to the premise within 5 years for a $98 million bond. As our city council member Eric Filsa said, it all comes down to take rate. Staff has claimed a 25% take rate is necessary to break even. Magellan has provided an expected take rate of 40% based on Longmont, Colorado, which rolled out their fiber in 2014, long before any other fiber competitors were present. Whereas in Palo Alto, AT&T has a 3-year head start over our fiber. For customers wanting excellent customer service through fiber, they can also buy directly from Sonic. Thus, we should assume Palo Alto Fiber will get almost no market share in neighborhoods where AT&T is first to market. If we assume AT&T is able to get to 60% of the market first, that would only leave 40% of the market as an opportunity for conversion to Palo Alto Fiber. If we assume only half of the remaining customers convert to Palo Alto Fiber, that's a 20% take rate. There are many reasons why a 20% take rate is not only realistic, but probably too high. First, it's easy for AT&T to accelerate their installations and they could possibly reach 70% of the market first. Secondly, many Comcast customers enjoy a $30 a month monthly fee, and switching to fiber would be double that. Fiber's big advantage is fast upstream speeds, which is of marginal use to most customers. For example, Zoom in HD is only 4 megabits a second. To put that in perspective, that's 1/4 of 1% of gigabits of fiber's 1 gigabit upstream speed. So 1/4% is all you need of what fiber gives you to do Zoom in HD. 50% of the users also enjoy bundled services through their existing provider, so less likely to switch. Lastly, 72% of users are ambivalent to happy with their existing high-speed internet service today. I asked the commission and the staff to please provide a much lower and more realistic estimate of take rate to city council, such as 20%. Then there's the issue of cost overruns. The cost estimate for the city for fiber to the home have already increased 20% from 2021 to 2022, much faster than inflation. If we conservatively estimate a 25% further cost increase on the infrastructure build out and a 25% increase on break even, that will push the take rate we need to be successful much higher. I don't know whether that's 30, 35%, but it will be a significantly higher take rate. According to the UPenn Law School study, which they analyzed 20 municipalities, which were willing to break out their fiber financials from the rest of the utility, 11 were cash flow negative, 5 would require over 100 years to pay back, and only 2 would be able to pay back on time. One of those was a South LA industrial city, which was basically a commercial business offering, so not representative. This study covers a period from 2010 to 2014. Since then, private providers have launched service and the landscape today is much more competitive. It should also be mentioned that when utilities have had to sell their money-losing fiber assets, it's typically been at a dramatic loss. Such cities, this has included such cities as Provo, Utah, Marietta, Georgia, and Quincy, Florida. And they are left to pay the bond obligations, which in our case would be $180 million. No other city in California has concluded that citywide, city-owned offering makes sense and successfully deployed it. Because of the severe financial shortcomings of option 1, I support option 3, which is to build a fiber backbone, pause city-owned ISP plans, and collaborate with private ISPs. Continuing to invest in our dark fiber to support our profitable offering to business and add necessary support for smart city initiatives seems to make sense. For the same reasons I listed above, it may not be commercially viable for a third high-speed internet provider to start in Palo Alto. However, Atherton Fiber does have a successful track record of running a fiber service in Atherton and is looking to expand. We should offer subsidies to try and entice a company such as Atherton Fiber in a way that is performance-based so they cannot just take the money and run. For example, offer free use of the dark fiber backbone for the first 3 to 5 years for residential customers, free of use before charging a usage fee. Offer a subsidy of $1,000 per new fiber customer activated who does not currently have access to AT&T Fiber. Thus, to activate the first 1,000 customers would only cost $1 million. Offer help to subsidize their integration with the dark fiber network, for example, $5 million, but make the payment based on some successful service offering milestone, such as the first 1,000 users served for a year. Lastly, for option 3, I request staff add a subsidy for high-speed internet for low-income households. For example, $500 per year for the lowest 1,000 households would only cost $500,000. Alternatively, you could offer a subsidy to every household in the lower below market income housing. Creating a money-losing municipal fiber will not be a good way to subsidize the low-income folks. Please recommend option 3 to the council to improve the city's fiber offering without the downside risk of borrowing money. Please do not recommend option 1, which could result in us owing a large portion of the $180 million we must pay back from the general fund should the service only achieve a 15 or 20% take rate and have cost overruns. This would force us to cut library hours, community services, fire and police staffing, affordable housing, and climate change initiatives. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchings.
Next, we have Jeff Hoyle, followed by Herb Borak.
Okay, I won't try to rebut Mr. Hitchings' comments in real time, but I'll get back to you guys. My recommendation of the 3 options proposed is option 1. It's the option that
council selected a year and a half ago. They said, let's not do the incremental. If you look at what the option 2 incremental does, it costs more and takes a lot longer to implement, giving competitors more time to be competitive first. I was looking through the historical records of how Chattanooga came up with its network idea. The Electrical Power Board, EPB, started out saying, we need a way to do smart grid. And they thought hard about what they need to do that. And the network they came up with just to do smart grid looked very much like it could also serve as a general purpose to the public fiber to the premises network. So then they bided their time until the electronics got to be inexpensive enough to implement it. They thought the two applications, the smart grid and the fiber to the premises together would make enough money to pay for it. And what they found was that the fiber to the premises by itself made enough money to pay for it. That's an inspiration that we in Palo Alto could take advantage of if we thought about it hard enough. Anyway, I'm for of the three options that you can choose from tonight. I favor option 1.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyle.
Our last speaker is Herb Borak.
Hey, good evening, Chair Siegel and commissioners. I sent you a letter shortly before 6 o'clock, and I'll go through that briefly since you might not have had time to review it and add a few things. First, and going to the previous joint session with the council, it seemed to be people more concerned about advocacy, some commissioners and council members rather than critical review of what staff is proposing. I agree with Jeff Hoyle, but I think you have to first see if it works based on the model you've been presented with. For a 5-year project, I would say, well, if that's such a good idea, what if the council members' neighborhoods were last, and the commission's neighborhoods were just before the council, and everybody else's neighborhoods came first? Is that the kind of thing that you would approve and expect that in 5 years you would get fiber, or maybe you choose something else, or maybe if the project fails, you wouldn't get fiber at all? Another concern I have is the cost estimates. What I did is I took a look at the spreadsheets that were in the previous joint report. And if you add up the amount of money from the fiber fund and from the bonds, it's almost as much as the total fiber cost, FTTP cost, within $1 million, which means all of the savings from combining the two projects would be going to the backbone. That didn't make much sense to me, because you're just saving construction costs. The materials cost is going to be the same, and it would seem to me the savings would be identical for the two. The next item I have is the depreciation rates don't match what the way the city's rates are, which are in my letter. And there's revenue coming from commercial business customers, but I would think that would be cannibalizing the customers of dark fiber that are the resellers customers, as this would be more attractive. And there is also money shown that's growing from the existing dark fiber being used in the project. But previous reports have said that those numbers were going down because of competition and consolidation. And now suddenly in the last quarterly report is, oh no, they're going to be going up. And I don't see whether that's accurate or not. There's not a clear statement of what the optronics are. Are they going to be point to point or point to multi-point? The fiber hut that you had seen in the previous report was to be at the fire station in Rosterdale Road. At the council report, it's in Park, Warner Briones Park. And I think you need the cost allocation divided amongst the uses. I thought at some point it was saying that the FTTP 432 fibers included fibers for the backbone as well for expansion. And it seems that price should be allocated to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borak. Are there any other public comment?
There are no other public comments.
Thank you. And welcome, Mr. Honker. I see you here. Did you intend for any kind of presentation, or are you here to answer questions only?
Commissioner, we do have a few slides to go through with UAC this evening, if that works for the commission.
Sure, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, good evening, commissioners and council member. So I will be making the presentation tonight, and then John will help supplement some of the technical parts at the end. So bear with me. All right, so tonight we are seeking UAC's recommendation on how the city should move forward with fiber to the premises and enhance broadband in our community. Staff will be presenting 3 options that the UAC can recommend or modify. So for council's approval or for an action item, I think we're scheduled to go back to council on December 19th of this year. For tonight's agenda, we will, sorry, one slide back. Thank you. In regards to the agenda tonight, we are coming back with some follow-up information from the joint session on September 19th. One was about comparison to other municipalities, benefits and risk of microtrenching, and it's also use of the fiber reserves or surplus. And then we've also listed the 3 options of deployment, going all the way from full deployment to an incremental or phased build out, and then also a pausing and letting the collaborating with the private ISPs instead. So it ranges from high to low. Next slide, please. According to the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, there are 83 citywide municipal fiber to the home premises throughout the nation. And there's another 260 communities that offer some fiber services, generally in the commercial areas for economic development. For comparison cities tonight, or what we did, we focused primarily in California because we're regulated by the same state laws. We also have similar competitive landscape of multiple incumbents, telecom providers. We researched about 30 municipal cities that provide utility services and grouped them into basically 4 categories. One is the cities have either developed a fiber optic network master plan because they consider internet and broadband as an essential service. The master plan is a guide for them to build or expand their fiber optic networks as a future investment to their community. The second is similar to Palo Alto. A lot of cities are also offering dark fiber licensing, whereas others are even providing a lit fiber for commercial business for also commercial development, economic development. And then thirdly, there are some cities that have limited fiber to the premise in certain selected areas. For instance, Loma Linda are offering homes that are built after 2004 with fiber to the premises. Rancho Cucamonga is only building fiber to the premise in development areas or greenfield areas. And then also Santa Monica, they're targeting new MDUs. And finally, there are some cities that have public-private partnerships with private ISPs just to offer another option of broadband to their community. For example, Brentwood is licensing fiber to Sonic to provide ISP service. And Santa Cruz did have a partnership with Cruzio, but I think that has dissolved since I think Cruzio now is doing the fiber deployment on their own without the city support anymore. So as of today, there is no city in California that is providing citywide municipal fiber to the premise, is what we found. Next slide, please. The second question was whether microtrenching could help reduce construction costs and also speed up the deployment. So Microtrenching is a construction method used mainly for fiber installation. It does use a much shallower depth. Instead of our 24 to 36 inch that we recommend to go below the surface, for microtrenching, you only have to go down 8 to 16 inches. And there's an illustration on the right of that. So that is a microtrench. It's about 1 to 2 inches in diameter. On the bottom is where the conduit will lie. So in there's 2 conduits stacked on top of each other. And then in between there is the filler between to fill up the gravel. So it doesn't, to preserve the streets. And then on top is the asphalt. So the problem here is that usually the backfill is not always reliable. So then the streets will have cracks and then the fiber will get damaged. And another problem is also the shallowness of the depths. Like for our streets, our average, I think, depth is for street repaving is anywhere from between 6 to 18 inches. And we do repave our streets about every 15 years on a cycle. So if we were to microtrench, there could be potential for a lot of dig ups. The construction timeline 3 to 4 times because they only need 1 or 2 person per crew instead of 4, let's say. And then they're also excavating thousands of feet per day instead of hundreds if you use traditional boring or trenching. So it is less labor intensive, but there are disadvantages, there are costs to it. So given what we've learned and the fact that it's not really been proven technology and with the city's tree canopy and also all our other infrastructures underneath and our conditions of the streets, so we do not recommend microtrenching for this project. So we will continue to monitor it to see if construction methods improve. And there was a state law passed recently where cities are supposed to start allowing microtrenching. So we are working with Public Works, legal to put together a standard. But for now, we haven't received any requests from other ISPs or providers asking to use that technique. So I think the costs do outweigh the benefits in the long run. Next slide, please. In regards to the fiber reserves, the city has a very successful dark fiber business. We have accumulated about 34 million since the inception, which was about late 1990s. So according to our city's legal opinion, the dark fiber reserves that we generate so far can be used for any fiber related projects, including the fiber to the premise build out. But for future revenues from the fiber to the premise business, there is uncertainty of what those funds could be used for. And that's mainly due to there's recent litigation about state revenues, what it can be used for under Prop 26 and 218 or Prop 26 and 218. So we are still monitoring those litigations. So for now, we don't know if FTPP revenues can be used for other things besides supporting the ISP service. So for all 3 options, the staff is recommending that we build out the fiber backbone and reinvest back in the fiber network. The estimated cost of the build is about 26 million. Depending on which option we choose, the city council chooses, the cost could be split between the fiber fund and the electric fund. If it's a dedicated just to the electric utility, then the electric will pay for most of it, if not all of it. The existing fiber network is about 27 years old. The average life expectancy of a fiber network is probably 30 to 40 years old. So we are reaching that earlier life expectancy. The new fiber backbone will also enhance reliability, provide redundancy, and add new capacity for our fiber leasing program or licensing, and also allow departments to use more fiber for other initiatives as well. So which is why we're recommending the fiber build out of the backbone in all 3 options. And if you recall, we did start up a fiber rebuild CIP in 2016, but I think we did put it on pause because we're undergoing this effort to see if we can maximize or minimize disruption to the streets and also maximize cost savings. So we know there are areas of congestions and we also need more capacity in other areas. Next slide, please. So under option one, the city would build out the whole fiber to premise network citywide, hopefully in 5 years or less, but we would need about $98 million bond financing to cover the difference. The bond will be shared between the fiber and the electric utilities. Like I said earlier, the electric utility will be responsible for the backbone, and the fiber will be responsible for the fiber to the premise network. The advantages of this option is that all residents and businesses will have equal access to fiber and provides another ISP choice for our community. We will also be able to offer higher internet speed, more reliability, and then we also have control over pricing, net neutrality, data caps, privacy, and other broadband related topics. So we think the fiber network is a multi-purpose infrastructure that supports also economic development, education, public safety, healthcare, transportation, utilities, and civic engagement. So this is a long-term investment. And then at the end of it, we all will be reducing spending, hopefully, for internet spending for all the residents as the other either competitors will lower their prices or we offer more competitive prices as well. So it will be less internet spend for the community as a whole. Sorry, Commissioner Siegel.
Well, I just had a question because I thought you said that the electric fund will be putting up the same amount regardless of which option. And so I don't know if I'm reading this correctly, but on page 6 of this item or page 114 of the packet, where it has the resource impact under option 1 for the funding, under jointly, there's 0 for the electric fund.
Right. So on that one, if we're going to be bond financing, we're going to bond finance the electric portion as well, just because then the city will get a better rating and a better rate because electric has a better, healthier financial record than the fiber utility. So I think if we were to bond finance the entire project, we want to include the electric in there as well. So a portion of the 98 million will be allocated to the electric fund just to get a better rate.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question as well before you proceed? It's just a, can you help me understand some specifics around infrastructure to support for smart city applications? I'm just noticing that on, the fiber backbone recommended under all 3 options enables more connectivity for city departments. But only option 1 provides infrastructure for smart city applications to manage traffic, climate, public safety, emergency ops, and other civic functions. Can you help me understand what are the better connectivity for city departments that happen regardless and some examples of what are advantages to the city operations that are only available with option 1?
Right.
Does that question make sense?
I think so. So for the option 1, we will have fiber also besides the backbone will also be in the neighborhoods. Like for OES, they need better Wi-Fi in certain neighborhoods and especially during the Stanford area during games. So then if we have more fiber out there, that will help them with their Wi-Fi and connectivity. And there's also, I think, transportation need with like Wi-Fi or fiber, sorry, not Wi-Fi, fiber in their parking garages. So with the fiber to the premise network, you will be distributed throughout the city and not just along the corridors. So that's why you're be able to enable more smart city initiatives with the full network versus the backbone that we currently have. So right now we aren't able to connect to some of those initiatives just because we don't have any fiber nearby to those requests.
So I heard connectivity at Stanford and in parking garages as the 2 examples.
Yes, and then parks also had some requests for also some fiber to do Wi-Fi in certain areas.
Did you say parks?
Yeah, parks CSD, community services. And then there were, I'm trying to think what else, transportation, want to add some like electronic signs throughout in some areas as well. Some of the throwaways, like I think Embarcadero has that manual sign every year for the football games. So if we have fiber there, they can have a digital sign.
Okay, thanks.
So I also had a quick follow-up question on what you just said. Going back to the previous response, you said that if we include the electric fund in the bond issued, we get better rates because the electric fund has better credit. then are we going to would the general fund be on the hook for this if if fiber couldn't pay the bond, the interest on the bonds?
Yes, based on our understanding, yes, the general fund would be on the hook if the fiber fund was not able to pay off the debt service at the end.
So if we're including the electric fund, would both the general fund and the electric utility be on the hook, or is there not really a difference? I mean,
we would allocate a certain portion to the electric when we do the bond financing based on the costs, actual cost of the constructions.
Yeah, but if I'm a bondholder and you're not paying me, do I go after both of you? I mean, is that how that goes? Both the electric fund and the general fund, and then the general fund makes good of its part and the electric fund raises its rates, I guess, is how that works.
I guess that from my understanding, yeah, the bondholders could go after the electric fund as well if we're bond financing them together. I think is what I understand.
Okay.
There is that risk.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to clarify that so I understood it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Shoot. Okay, so we can move on. Let's see. The disadvantages of option one, I guess. So again, we've talked about this before, the risk of competition with our incumbents. We don't know how they will respond if we start building fiber to the premise. Then also the other one is the financial risk of the take rate. So we are estimating we'll need about 25% to break even. And if there is a shortage, I guess, if it's lower than 25%, we will require subsidies from the city probably to cover the debt payments. And the debt payments right now, based on the current rates from 2 months ago, I think it's like 4.5%. And then the annual payment is about 6 million. And the total payment interest over 30 years plus principal, it's about 180 million in total. So that is the whole all-in cost.
So I did want to jump in on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't we, isn't the treasury rate like at 4 at the moment? I mean, so if the treasury is at 4, aren't we going to have to provide a higher rate?
Yeah.
Is 4%, 4.5%, is that, I mean, didn't they just raise interest rates again today?
They did. Yeah, we ran these numbers probably a couple months ago, so I'll have to check with the Treasury Department to find out how often.
Right, but I mean, it's not like these are small changes. I mean, I think we're getting, if we ran it 2 months ago, are we, I can't remember how many times they've raised it now. Are we up 200 basis points or are we up, 100 basis points since you last ran it? And how much money is that? I mean, these numbers could be completely worthless.
So we can follow up with our Treasury and have their bond consultant help run up new numbers before the next meeting.
But I think it's more than that. I think it's running where interest rates go when we do this. I mean, this made a lot more sense when interest rates were cheap. I mean, a lot more sense. And so, I don't know where inflation's going, and I'd be rich if I knew where interest rates were going. I think we're underplaying the interest rate risk without running a sensitivity analysis of where interest rates are and how much would this cost, how much would that increase our cost on the fiber. And, if we're more than Comcast, I think our take rate is a problem.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead.
No, and I was going to say, and one of the other random thoughts I had in this actually is that given that the take rate is the all important thing here that matters, I actually think you should offer somewhere between 3 and 6 months free to the entire community. And if you offered 6 months free, you probably get 100% take rate. And then people then have to decide to opt back out to Comcast or to AT&T. And if you included that in the bonds, then I think you may actually could use a much higher take rate, because then people would have to decide to change again. And I think most people would take free internet for 6 months, but I could be wrong. I'm just thinking maybe the consultants are looking like that.
Mm-hmm. In regards to the financing, we do have about 34 million in the bank right now. So what we can do actually spend that money first, and then hopefully, I don't have a crystal ball either. If rates do go down, rates could be down, hopefully more favorable in a year or two when we do need to build phase 2 of the project, let's say. So.
Okay, that's a fair answer.
Okay, so then we can talk about, any more questions on option 1? Okay, we can move to option 2, please. So option 2 is the phase deployment, kind of like incremental build. So based on running our numbers, we could probably allocate about 20 million to the first phase of the project for fiber to the premise, and the remaining of the funds will be used for the backbone. So this will be interest rate risk-free, I guess, in a way. We won't be asking for any new financing. But we also have put together some deployment options. So we will be looking at areas with the lowest construction costs, areas with the highest demand based on the deposit program that we had ran, and also areas with the least competition where AT&T Fiber might not be. We don't have all those exact locations, but we tried to extrapolate based on the survey responses we had. So later on, we'll go into more details of these 3 scenarios, and John from Magellan will provide an overlay map of all these different scenarios. So that'll be at the end of this presentation.
Could I add?
Sure.
So one of the things that I know that some of you might be surprised about is that we put this back on there. One of the things that we had talked about in the past was this commission really didn't like the idea about building out in phases. And the thought process is that this could take 10, 12, 14 years to be built out at that point. So one of the reasons why I asked staff to put this back on there is exactly what Dave just talked about, and you'll hear a little bit more from John about this. But the biggest piece is that it answers to Greg's point. One of the things that we talked about heavily about is where's the interest rates going to go? If this interest rates continue to climb, we're going to have to borrow this money, and the payback is going to be even higher. The advantage of doing this right now is to look at spending the monies that we have, look at the take rate portions of it. It gives us some time to look at and analyze, does this really make sense for us? Are we really moving forward? But if you also think about it, this gives us also time for when we're going to do electrification. There will be some opportunities that we can build jointly as from an electric perspective, as well as on this fiber. So if we were going to do this and move this forward, and if the council and yourselves recommend moving forward on this project and we did this, it wouldn't be 10, 12 years. It'll be a short period of time because there's going to be some scale economies that we can also work with the electric side, because poles are going to have to grow. There's no doubt about it from an electrification standpoint. Right now, our poles are not tall enough for 2 circuits. We need to build more circuits out there. Because right now, as most of you know, and I've talked about this, is that when we have outages, we have 3,000, 4,000 customers on one circuit. So the way that we have to do this is when we rebuild these sections, we actually have to cut the circuits in half or even in thirds. Well, that means what you'll see now is that maybe you'll have a pole that sets and you'll see the lines come across the top. So poles are going to have to grow. There'll be a circuit that will run this way, and there will be a circuit that will run this way now. And the reason for that is that we have to break these circuits down smaller so we don't have the impacts on the electric. Well, why doing that is that we can grow those poles and we can put space in for the fiber side. So there's going to be some cost savings. Also, too, is that if you remember way back when we talked about with maybe Google possibly doing this one-touch ready, make-ready pole set ready to go, well, we can do that. We can do that ourselves. We'll have a contractor, of course, that will build the electric side. But when they're there, they can make those attachments to the fiber side as well in the aerial, as well as we know that we think, and we're pretty sure about this, is we're going to have to get into the underground sections too. We know that there's some 4 kV out there, that there's no way the electrification, as we want to add load in those areas where where customers have 4 kV, we're going to have to put 12 back in and it's in underground. So we're going to have to rip streets open. Well, the fiber follows the electric side today. It doesn't follow the water, gas, wastewater side. So there's going to be some synergies that I believe, and I strongly believe this, that we'll be able to save some dollars and moving forward. So that was the reason why to put this option back up to you, have an opportunity to explain this to you. And then, of course, all of you can make your own decisions from that standpoint. But I just wanted to be clear that that's the reason why. It wasn't that we think this is the better and we were not listening to what all of you were asking for. It's just that we thought this might be an option for you and why this option is back up on the table. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Next slide, please. So the advantages again of option number 2, I think we talked about it already. There will be no new bond finance required, so there will be no debt service. So it's a limited financial risk to the city. It will provide 20 to 30% of the community access to Palo Alto fiber, depending on which scenario we use. And then also give us time to build expertise and determine what kind of take rate we'll get to decide whether or not we want to continue or change the model or whatever it may be. So we will have an extra year or two to still pursue option number 1 per se, depending on how successful this phase approach goes. And then allows the city to pivot if take rate is below the minimum that we're expecting. Next slide.
Can I ask 2 questions on this phase 2? One is, you say that you would, you would choose those areas with the highest take rate possibility, but I would assume that would be the same for any project we would undergo. So I don't.
Yeah, well, it's hard to decide what the highest take rate is since we have a limited data set, I guess. We do have some different scenarios, like even the demand that we did with the surveys. I think we only got 740 deposits. So I don't know if that's a good sampling of where the highest take rate could be. It helps to identify some areas.
Okay, I thought that's what it said was one of the, that was part of the approach to the second one. I just think it would be this, it should be the same regardless, right? I mean, take rate is everything, so we would want to pursue that first. And then the second question is, so construction costs are going up, the cost of money, bonds are going up. So have we thought about if those things go up, what, I guess what I'm saying is if it's more expensive than we initially planned for and we start doing this and we get to 10% of homes or whatever the percentage is, that's less than what we're planning, and we've run out of money. Is there a backup plan? Then do you take a bond? Do you just, oh, well, we've spent what we've spent? And I mean, 10% isn't a viable business.
So we did build some contingency in the financial model. There is a 20% contingency for construction costs. So that is built in there for now. So I don't know if it's going to be sufficient, but hopefully it will be. Regarding if we don't get the right take rate, there are some levers we can pull. We can do more marketing campaigns. We can slow down construction costs. We can slow down construction project. We can renegotiate with our vendors and whatnot. So we just have to figure out which is the best way to move it forward, I guess.
I guess that was a very inarticulate way of saying we don't really know how long phase 2 could take if we're depending on initial take rate to fund future projects. And now we're talking about combining it with electrification, right?
Right. We do not know how long.
I don't know if that's truly a true statement, because again, like I said, is that if we were going to use the synergies around the electrification portion of it, we know that the system needs to be touched and rebuilt in a period of time. Is it 10 years? I don't think that it's within 10 years. Is it 7 years? It's quite possible that it could be out to 7 years at that point for the underground, and for the aerial portion will be done quicker, of course. But, like I said, the underground sections will have to be repaired as well too. So, yeah, I don't think that, this project, if we were able to tie the two together, is going to go 10 years out.
Just kind of a follow-up to this discussion. I mean, I take it with option 2, you're saying we would have a build out of some 20 to 30% and kind of see how that was going. And if the take rate wasn't sufficient, what are we going to do? I mean, we've got a utility, a fiber utility that supposedly has some customers, but it sounds like not enough customers to make us feel comfortable going forward
Right. I guess it'll
What do
depend
we
on
do?
what the gap is and then whether or not we want to bond finance the rest of the project or just do a slower build out. So instead of 7-10 years, it might take a little longer. But based on if we were to get 2 million or 5 million of revenues every year, the longest it would take is probably 20 years because we'll need like 100 million to complete the project, let's say, including inflation. So the longest would be roughly 20 years.
20 years is not very attractive.
Well, yeah, it's a long time, but I also don't understand the math because we have these costs to run the entire fiber utility. And if we only have a small customer base, the cost side isn't.
The cost is associated to the number of customers we're serving. So our working capital will be respective to how many customers we have. So instead of spending 15 million on working capital, we might be spending only 3 million.
But you have all the staff and the support and I guess, is it the customer or is the utility planning on buying the boxes or the ons that go inside the homes?
The city will be providing the equipment. And regarding staffing, that's why I probably start first with outsourcing model. So we'll pay them based on phase or customer take rate so that's how it's structured.
I also think, Chair Siegel, another option might be is that we start looking for a third party to come in with us and partner with us at that period of time. Because again, it seems to be that the most costly piece of the fiber system is really that last mile. And the operational portion of it is to kind of do a blend with internal help of resources as well as going to the outside and contracting that work out. Those contracts then could be dissolved at that point. And then as we try to look for another partner maybe to come with us, and then maybe to also then continue the build out of the fiber system. I don't think that we would just shut it down because it's a valuable asset that would be out there for us. So, and I think that it might be good. It would be a good thing for us to continue building to the community at that point. So it's just an option that we could look at. That's just one more.
Okay, next slide, please. So the disadvantages of option 2 is basically construction costs and will probably go up since we don't have any economies of scale. We'll get a better bid price if we do it all at one time. There is uncertainty of when all residents and businesses will have access to Palo Alto Fiber. So it'll depend on the take rate and how much we reinvest back into the network. And then we might lose our first mover advantage. So competition will definitely probably respond. And we might lose that first mover advantage and then speed to market, which could result in also in a lower take rate. And then finally is just that regarding the communication infrastructure to the city needs, it won't be as fast as we had originally planned. So there are certain things that we could connect to, but there are other areas we'll have to wait and see. And that's it. Next slide. And then here is a kind of a scenario, the 3. So under scenario 1, with the lowest cost and the highest density, based on the current model, we can provide access to about 10,444 homes and 1,000 businesses. Under the highest demand model, based on the deposit programs, there's about 8,200 customers we can pass homes, another 900 businesses. And then with the areas with the least competition where AT&T may not be providing service, there's about 7,800 homes and 900 businesses. But just to note, just because we pass the most number of homes and businesses does not necessarily translate to the highest take rate. So we do have to factor in all 3 scenarios, I think, to achieve that high take rate, the highest take rate. So John will be providing a map after this presentation to show kind of the areas and where they overlap. Next slide, please. And then the third option basically is to let the private market or collaborate with the private market and have them help us enhance broadband by either increasing capacity, increasing speed offerings, and also just providing access to everyone. So tell them to build out their network faster. And we can do this by streamlining some of our permitting processes, sharing some of our poll information, just so they can plan better. And then also this option, the fiber surplus can be reinvested to other needs of the cities, like Dean said, maybe electrification or grid modernization. I think there's less restrictions on the dark fiber reserves than fiber to the premise reserves. And last slide, or next slide. Disadvantages is that we won't have any control over the internet service. The private ISPs will still dictate the prices, the speeds, the quality, and whatnot. So we can try to help them expand through the community, but we won't have much of a say on how they offer the service. And then it also won't be supporting our other smart initiative needs for the city. Next slide. And this is a cost comparison chart of the three options.
Could I just ask a question about
Sure.
option 3, which is how does it differ? How does what you're proposing for option 3 differ from what we tried to do back in 2016 with Google Fiber and AT&T?
That was an option back in 2016. Again, I think council and UC looked at another option. I don't think the option changed. It's the same, similar option.
Well,
But-
no, I mean, what happened back in 2016, to my recollection, is that we were talking to both AT&T and Google Fiber, and they just weren't interested.
Right.
So it went nowhere.
There is more activity nowadays with the 5G and the wireless small cell communications. So we are working with them currently on lots of new wireless communication facilities. Like these are small radios are attaching to improve their coverage in the areas. But it's usually more for cellular though, not so much.
I mean, I guess, I'm not expecting you to have an answer to this, but I don't know why we would expect the ISPs to act more positively now than they did 6 years ago when the market was new and more opportunity.
I had one question about this. When we say ISP in option 3, what do we mean? Are we talking about, someone to provide a service, or are we talking about someone who builds out, everything that's not backbone, physical infrastructure?
I guess both, I guess.
It is both. Okay,
Yes.
that's what I was trying, because usually ISP, at least to me, means the service provider, not the, the last foot builder, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, there is an overbuilder. Like when Google was here, we were trying to collaborate with them and help them speed up their project as well.
Okay.
So. And then lastly, again, back to the last slide is a comparison chart. So under all three models, the fiber backbone is about 26 million. And then in option 1, the full deployment of fiber to the premises is about 100 million. And then under option 2, it's 20 million. We're in option 3, we wouldn't be spending any. And then the working capital, again, is respective to the number of customers that we're serving. 15 million for option 1, 3 million for option 2, and 0 for option 3. And in regard to cost savings on the funding side on the bottom, so total cost, I guess, for across the three options is about 143 million for the full build out, 49 million for the incremental approach, and only 26 for the back fiber backbone only. And in regards to funding and savings, we would achieve about $45 million in total for option 1, which is a combination of shared joint savings for creating both networks and also contribution from the fiber fund. And I did mention that for the electric fund, we didn't put in their contribution just because we wanted to bond finance it together to see if we can get a better rate. But when we do a bond presentment, we can go with both scenarios to see what we can to decide on which rates we're getting. So we don't have to decide now, but we're trying to, I guess, compare, put them all lined up together. And then option 2, cost savings would be significantly less because we'll be working mostly in the aerial, assuming, which is the fastest and least costly to construct. Most of the cost savings are in the underground areas where we share joint trenching. So we won't realize that in the option 2 phased approach. And then option 3 would just split basically the network in half because it will be shared between the fiber and still electric. So that's how we came up with these costs.
Question for option 2. Did I hear you say that there's an assumption in there that it would be aerial? Because aren't there 3 options?
Yeah, I think when we built this model, it was mostly assumed area. I think we would have to rerun the numbers if we were to look at on some underground areas to see if there's more savings. But
So is aerial the areas of lowest cost and highest density,
yes,
not areas of highest demand or areas without AT&T fiber? Got it.
but then if we were to build in areas of underground areas with higher demand, the construction costs will probably go up as well. So it might get offset with the cost savings. So if we were to build more underground areas versus aerial areas, the cost of construction will go up, but there will be also higher joint savings. Does that make sense?
So do I understand then that the packet page 112, the fact that the total cost is 20 million across the board, you're saying, yes, it's always going to be 20 million. It will just be split differently between fiber fund and the electric fund, depending on which of the 3 options?
Right. I think for option 2, we are saying we're going to allocate just 20 million, but then the number of customers that we're passing may be less if we're going to underground versus aerial. So we'll be passing less customers, but with the same $20 million investment.
Right, but the cost savings will change.
So, right. It will
So
change.
the allocation to fiber versus electric will also change of that 20 million. Do I understand that correctly?
I don't know if the allocation between fiber and electric will change. I think if the electric was to get its own dedicated backbone, I think the cost we've modeled is about 13 million. So
I'm sorry, can you say that last piece again?
yeah, if we were to build a dedicated backbone for the electric fund, the cost is going to be 13 million. I think that's their share is what we're estimating right now. So that 13 million doesn't change for the electric backbone. Unless the fiber is sharing that backbone as well, which is an option 3. Actually, that's not true though. It looks the same.
So I understand the backbone piece, but if there are these synergies, I don't understand why some of the cost isn't allocated to electric. So I thought you were saying if you're trenching to upgrade the electrical system, then at the same time you would lay fiber. Wouldn't that be a cost? Wouldn't that cost then be allocated somehow between the 2 funds?
And yes, and that's the scenario for sure. Yes, it would be. If we were doing electrification with the fiber project, the fiber would realize some savings from that. We just haven't modeled those areas yet, so we don't know what the true amount may be yet. But there is savings if we were to combine the 2 projects. There are synergies.
I think there's 2 separate issues I'm talking about. One is there's a synergy and there's an overall saving. You're digging once and you're getting the benefit of both upgrades. There's a second question, which is if that's the case and both funds are working at the same time, isn't there some kind of allocation of those costs? Are you, I mean, whatever, if it's, I don't know, $1,000, I call it $1 million for 1,000 feet or whatever.
Mhm.
And if it's $1 million for the fiber fund and it's $1 million for the electric fund, but it's going to be $1.2 million instead of 2 million by doing them together, wouldn't it be like 600,000 each rather than the fiber's paying its full million?
Yeah, that is true, Chair Siegel. So, I mean, most likely, the electric side is going to pick up the majority of that cost because it's usually when we look at putting conduits in the ground, it's done by the number of conduits that are actually taking the space up. So it's actually a better deal for fiber because it's probably only going to be 1, maybe 2 2-inch pieces of conduit in that trench line. So the allocation could be 75-25. Same thing same thing in the aerial portion. If the pole needs to be replaced because it's been sitting out there, that cost could be anywhere from that 70 to 30%, where the fiber is only going to put in 30% to that pole. Plus, there's also going to be some monies that will be given back from AT&T because we're all joint polled with them. So there's some cost savings in that. That's why I said we don't know how to run that. I haven't run that number yet about what those potential savings are, but I think they're pretty greatly when you look at the construction costs from what we've seen, what the construction costs could be here.
I just want to confirm that I understood what you just said. You haven't tried to quantify what savings there would be from doing the fiber, presumably option 2, in parallel with the grid modernization. Is that correct?
That is correct, Vice Chair Johnson. So I don't know yet. We are working on trying to get these numbers for the electrification aspect of it. But, the materials cost, as we were just talking, as Commissioner Scharf were talking about interest raising, materials are raising just as much and contract costs are just raising up just as much as too. And so it's hard to quantify right now what those numbers and what those savings could be. Is it 50% of what this bill cost is? I don't know. I don't know if it's that much, but is it, 75% of that cost? Where there's a savings of 25% of this cost off the top? Maybe. That's probably probably a pretty good guess, I would guess, but we haven't done, I don't want to say that, is that we just haven't quantified it yet.
I think, John, it's ready for your slides.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Commissioners, let me just switch over. And this is really an expansion on discussion or on option 2 as we start to think about, and actually let me pull up the prior slide because this kind of supports the maps as you're thinking about option 2 as another way to start sort of in more of a crawl, walk, run approach with fiber to the home than an all at once, right? Option 1, with a 98 million of new funding. So again, this chart shows a couple of different options. Think about the 20 million as a fixed number. And why is that 20 million there? Think of that as just what is left over in the fiber fund that would be available for fiber to the home after the backbone was built, with the remaining funds and the contributions from electric. So basically, if we take the backbone out, we have about the cost of the backbone out, we have about $20 million for a first phase of fiber to the home or fiber to the premise. And then we can choose how that would work. So of course, the important point is to understand what are those options, right? And we have developed these 3 based on lowest cost, highest density, areas of highest demand, and areas with least competition. So the first one is really just a common sense approach, saying where can we get the most bang for our buck? Where can we connect as most residents to the network as quickly as possible, which means building in high density areas, building in areas that are aerial predominantly, and keeping our costs down as much as possible. And you can see with that $20 million, we can hit a lot of customers. We can reach nearly a third of the city's residences, because again, the cost per home is very low because we're going into those high density areas and we're going aerial, where construction costs are lower. The second option is the areas of highest demand, and look at that again to get a sense of the demand. The deposit program that Palo Alto Fiber ran gives us an idea of where that demand is in each neighborhood within Palo Alto. So we looked at how many customers, or how many residents responded to and put deposits down in each neighborhood to determine where that demand level was. Somewhat qualitative right now, right? Need to do some more work to really hone in on those, but it gives you a first glance as you think about this model as an alternative to the full-blown fiber to the home approach in option 1. And then areas with least competition. right? From the survey, we know where residents have reported having AT&T fiber service. We mapped those. And with that, we can say, okay, well, we feel that there are neighborhoods that have high density of AT&T customers and are well served by AT&T there versus others that have none or very few. And we can look at the building there. And then we can also combine these three and determine where the best areas are among all three options as a starting point for fiber to the home. So this is the kind of analysis, as broadband providers, we would typically run right in the commercial market to be able to decide, hey, if we're going to, if Palo Alto Fiber is going to deploy, these are the parameters and this is what we should be looking at. So to visualize that, here's a map of Palo Alto that really shows, the entire city. I'm going to leave the foothill area off a little bit because it's hard to see the entire map, but I'll scale out in just a minute. But really what we're showing here is a layer of several different things. If you look at the green areas, these show you where the highest demand or the lowest cost and the highest density is. So in this map, you could potentially build those areas for $20 million, right? Construction costs are just a little bit under 20 million. And that would give you access to about 10,000, a little over 10,000 customers in areas where AT&T is not reporting the service today based on what the residents have said they're subscribing to. And these are also areas where construction could happen quickly and also happen with lesser community impact, given that they are aerial areas. So again, those green areas represent the high density, those high density, low cost areas. And I'm actually going to leave this key up on my screen so you can remember what those colors correspond to. Let me just move that over. See if I can get this all on one page. Yeah. So as we look at the other areas shaded in blue are where residents have reported having AT&T service today. Now, again, these are based on neighborhood boundaries or what we call fiber zone boundaries. So not every street may be covered by AT&T. There may be some areas that only half of an area is AT&T and half of it's open. There's always going to be some question about exactly where their services are. That happens in every market, but you have to have a starting point just to understand where you think those services are. And if the goal is to try to avoid competing with AT&T in areas where fiber to the home service already exists, you would want to avoid those areas in blue. And that also includes the areas in pink here. So, you can see a good chunk of the central eastern portion of the city is pretty much covered, in the northern quadrant of the city is pretty much covered by AT&T. We would typically want to, not be building in those areas if their service exists. If your goal is to, reduce the amount of competition you have with AT&T. The areas in pink are overlap between the green areas, lowest cost, highest density, and the areas where AT&T is providing service or where it appears that AT&T service is being provided today. What's interesting about this map is also that, we anticipated that most of the AT&T deployment would be in aerial areas. But we find that actually there's quite a bit of underground out there that they've deployed in already. Again, this is based on the survey results and what residents have reported. So this gives you a first glance of, looking at cost, build out in this first phase based on cost versus build out, trying to minimize competition. And then there's another dynamic, looking at deposits and take rates. So what the layer I've just turned on now shows what the areas where the most deposits were received in the survey. So the aqua turquoise colored areas are where those deposits were received, or the most amount of deposits. And you can see they're kind of sporadically strewn around the city. And it's interesting also because in some cases, they overlap with areas where AT&T is currently providing service. So that tells us that even though there is AT&T service in certain areas, there's also some demand for customers to subscribe to Palo Alto Fiber or subscribe to AT&T, right? Or there's at least demand for fiber services in some of the areas where they're providing service already. The areas in yellow also show where levels of the high deposits and lowest cost, highest density. So, your best deployment options are really in these yellow areas. As if you look at phase one and say, where would be the first neighborhoods I would go to get the highest take rates and also build at the lowest cost. This is a lot to digest, so I'm going to break it down and make it a little simpler. So we're going to just turn off some layers. We're going to look at just the best build cases based on deposits. And basically, this is what that map would look like. We would avoid the pink areas. Oops, let me turn this off. As a first potential deployment, and this would be about a $16 million bill, you'd be looking at mostly this sort of the center of the city, right? These areas in yellow show again where the highest levels of deposit and the highest demand are. And the lowest cost, highest density. The areas in green are also lowest cost, highest density. So, as we look at this information, think about, again, different dimensions. One, lowest cost, highest density. Two, considering where competition lives today and whether direct competition is something that's, the city can stomach versus maybe avoiding, and then also where, potentially that demand was greatest. Again, the goal here is to help you understand kind of the dynamics of the market in Palo Alto. Thinking back again to option 2, I'm going to flash back to that other slide with the numbers. Each of these options gives us decent numbers of homes with access, right? If we build purely in the lowest cost, highest density areas, we get the best bang for the buck, but the most customers served. However, the take rates may not be that as high, right? As we saw on the map, some of those areas, did not correspond to areas where we received, high levels of deposits. If we look at areas of highest demand, those are at the smaller number of customers, but the same capital. So we're going into some areas of underground. We're getting less bang for our buck, but our take rates may be slightly higher. If we go into areas of lower competition, right, we may have less pushback from the competition. We may have higher take rates because we don't have a complementary service out there, but also, we're going to have a smaller, lower build overall, a lower number of customers served. So these are just some of the dynamics to think about as you're considering option 2, because, as we look at these, you have viability in each one, right? And I think what's important is, as David mentioned, the risk to the city is lower here because there is no debt service attached to the fiber fund that's out there today. So that does create a more economical build that could potentially withstand lower take rates if lower take rates were realized. But it also gives you some opportunity to get into the market in a big way, right? I mean, even in this lowest scenario where we're only building the 7,800 homes and 900 businesses, that's still, 27% of the city's housing stock and about a third of the businesses. So it's significant. And you're doing that in each one of these cases for about 1/5 of the capital that's needed in the entire project. Now, that other 80 million for the remainder of the fiber to the home will, of course, take rates will have to be substantiated. The city will have to be successful at this first phase to be moving into that second phase. But this is an alternative path to potentially get started for your consideration.
Can I ask a quick question?
Actually, I think, actually Commissioner Smith has been trying to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have. I want to make a couple of comments, but also I think there's been some great commentary made. First of all, there was a comment about municipal services, residential services in California. And John, perhaps you can help us. But according to my research, there's at least 28 cities in the state of California with municipal fiber to the premise service. Do you know what the statistic is?
Well, so Commissioner Smith, there are a lot, as you and David mentioned. The qualifier was, have they built out to 100% of the city? And I think what we've seen is no, they haven't. They're in process. They're starting. They're at different phases, but they are all moving in that direction. A number of cities have already sort of started that process. I don't know the exact number. We can find that out relatively quickly, but there's at least 10 to 15 that have already started with the fiber to the premise deployment, on a limited basis, maybe a neighborhood basis or greater.
But it's safe to say that we would not be the only one.
Correct.
Okay. The other point that I want to make, and there seems to be some fear about the city's ability to actually do this business, which is shocking given the fact that the city has done dark fiber for better than 20 years. And it has accumulated $34 million in the fiber fund. So I would encourage everyone to reflect on the fact that the city can do this, that they do understand how to do this business. They may not know how to do fiber to the premise ISP dealing with residential, but they certainly know the residential side from electrical. The fiber is just one aspect, and partnering seems logical. The take rate, there's been an enormous concentration of discussion on this 25% take rate. Correct me if I'm wrong, John, but isn't your analysis, or doesn't your analysis show our possible take rate, our minimum possible take rate based upon our analysis of the survey is significantly higher?
The findings of the survey, Commissioner Smith, absolutely show that the take rate, after discounting for execution risk in inflation contingencies, our analysis came out to around 40%.
Thank you. I think that's an important statistic. What the 25% represents, based upon what I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, the 25% represents the bare minimum, if you will, the break even.
Correct.
Thank you. And I think that's an important point. I think to your point of the mapping that you just showed, we have a citizen population that is keenly interested in getting this done. I think Commissioner Scharf raised some great points with respect to interest rate environment. When we first started talking about this, literally in my case, 6 years ago, interest rates were pretty much a non-issue because they were literally near or at zero. Today, they're not. And that is a very important point. So the entire cost of build, even if you look at option 1 or option 2, the entire cost of the build will be more. If you look at inflation, it will be more. If you look at interest rate, it will be more. What I like about option 1 is that it forces us to build to a rate because the cost of capital is so expensive. So we must build and must bring customers on at a take rate that can support the payments. That's what I like about option 1. What I like about option 2 is that it does spend the money that we do have available today first and gets us to the playing field, to your point, John. It starts us early. I don't like calling it crawl, walk, run, but I do like the fact that we get invited to the ballpark. Which makes me think that perhaps there is an option 4 that we and staff can consider. And if that is indeed the case, and if we agree that both inflation and interest rate costs are too great a burden to accept at this time, more importantly, the future of what those two will be in the future is too great a risk to absorb, then perhaps there is a fourth option. And that fourth option is to go ahead for this evening's purposes, accept option 2 as a let's start position. And then in a year's time or in 2 years' time, when we've spent through the first 25 million or whatever, and we have better statistics and better feeling and opinion and understanding as to how to run a fiber to the premise business, we reintroduce the notion of option 1, which is an option for some type of revenue bond for the balance. I think that's worthy of consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner Forcell and then Commissioner Scharf.
I had one quick question. I'll hold my larger commentary for later. The using survey responses as a proxy we're using deposits as a proxy for areas of highest demand. Is that right?
Correct.
And how many deposits did we get again? 700 some odd?
740.
So how many of those in the map with the color of the sort of recommended fiber zones to do in the option 2 under the areas of highest demand scenario? How many of those 700 and I've already forgotten 700 and some odd deposits are they hitting?
So as far as the 740 deposits, which I'll just turn that layer on for you here. So effectively, the 740 deposits are distributed throughout these areas, but we didn't consider any areas that had less than 5 deposits in the analysis, right? So we said, if a neighborhood has 1 deposit, it's not going to count, right? It doesn't give us enough credence. And again, it's qualitative, right? But we have to have a place to start, right? By looking at least at places where people have put down earnest money.
So proxy for high demand is having received 5 deposits
per each
zone,
neighborhood zone.
And then in this proposal with, again, I believe the recommendation was yellow and green. How many deposits total are encompassed in the area that's recommended in the areas of highest demand scenario?
So you have about 350 in these areas.
So about half of the deposits ish.
Correct.
Would be served in this first phase. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Scharf.
Thanks. So I wanted to follow up on what Commissioner Smith said. I was actually having a similar thought, is that if we start with option 2 and it's going really well, can't we just continue to roll on if the city council at that point decides to do that?
You absolutely could, Commissioner Scharf. So the way you would look at this is the first phase gets deployed. Let's say it's 2 years between the first between option 2 being deployed and then moving on to a further fiber to the home deployment. In that second phase, then, assuming things are going well with the first phase, you would have additional the additional financing that would happen in that year. But it may create some opportunity because you would have a going concern business at that point, right? With going concern revenues, maybe the financing looks different from a typical bond, revenue bond, maybe it's a mixed revenue bond where the fiber facility itself can stand on its own at that point because it has assets, it has revenues, and it has a track record. So, it would potentially open up more financing opportunities to mitigate some of the interest rate risk that's out there today.
So I had the same thoughts, frankly, is that you have an ongoing business. We've proved some things, we've disproved other things. We know where interest rates are probably a little bit better a couple of years down the road. Hopefully inflation's moderating. Hopefully all of those risks we talked about are moderating or at least clearer than at this, time of change, so to say. I was also wondering, what is the big fear of AT&T for? I mean, why? I mean, Comcast serves everywhere, is that it? And then AT&T only serves a few places, and we're worried about being the third player. Is that it?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that question.
The first part of the question is, what's the big fear of AT&T? Right? I mean, I said Comcast is everywhere, and we just don't want to be where there are three players, us and AT&T and Comcast.
I think and it remains to be seen because, typically in a fiber to the home build, you will have the fiber competitor going head to head against the cable operator. That's the typical build. We don't see a lot of scenarios where you have another fiber competitor, two fiber competitors in the same market, let's say. So there may not be, that fear may be unsubstantiated, right? Only time would tell when you went out, but it would be a substitute product in the market that could lower take rates, right? If there's another, if AT&T is already competing with Comcast out there and has some market share in some neighborhoods, the city enters the market, you'll be going head to head with AT&T in those areas, and they will be two fiber products. So at the product level, there'll be a similar product. Now at the customer service, at the local ownership level, right? The other factors, the other features of Palo Alto Fiber may still influence people to come over and say, hey, we're going to, we'd rather buy from Palo Alto Fiber than from AT&T. But there is a core product there that's very similar that in most markets there isn't. So that's kind of how we would look at it.
Okay. Those blue areas, they seem to split. They seem to split right up to the. Okay, there was another color then. We'll put all the colors up for a second. I guess the dark blue areas. What are the dark blue areas again?
The dark blue areas are where AT&T, where residents responded to the survey saying they have AT&T fiber.
But we don't know if they do or not.
We don't. Again, qualitative, they've reported that they have it. We looked at their speeds, and in most cases, the speeds were, up above 500 megabits, which if AT&T is their provider, that has to be a fiber connection. Typically, it can't be a DSL or a copper connection. So we did a little bit of analysis to say, well, okay, do they really know what they have? And if they do, are the speeds where they should be? They could still be substituting one provider for the other. They could still be saying, well, I say I have AT&T, but actually I have Comcast. I'm sure there's a few false positives in there. But overall, as we looked at the data, we saw quite a few. We saw, in each fiber zone, 5 to 20 people reporting AT&T in those areas. So think of it as a general guideline. What's also important is if we zoom in, these are large neighborhoods, right? So for example, here in the Northeast, it may be that AT&T has a deployment over in the very eastern side of the neighborhood, but hasn't moved into the central part of the neighborhood. So, there are guidelines to think about a starting point for potentially moving into a certain area. And there's other things that the city can do to kind of vet that out, actually by riding out and going into these neighborhoods and actually looking at the infrastructure that's been built to determine who's in each area.
I mean, it just seemed to me that if we did the blue areas and the green areas and the yellow areas, that seems like a much more viable business. I'm also guessing that, like I'm looking at some of these the blue areas are right aboard the green areas, and it, like, sometimes they completely surround them. I would assume, I don't know how, if we said go today, how long would it be until we actually had fiber to people's homes? Or if the city council said go and, next week or whatever, 2 weeks ago.
A conservative timeline would be 18 to 24 months.
And, I guess what I'm figuring is that I don't know what AT&T's plans are, or maybe you do, but it would seem if they're completely surrounding those green areas, that they're going to, in 18 to 24 months, they will have started moving into more of the green area. At least that's what it looks like on the map. I don't know why.
Yeah, which is a good argument for potentially picking an area that has more green and more contiguous green and starting there, right? Versus maybe starting in this green area that's completely surrounded by blue.
Yeah. I guess I would also argue for picking one of those neighborhoods where there's blue, maybe where your cursor is now, or where there's a lot of green there, and seeing if your take rates in those blue areas are really worse. So you actually know that as you do some of it. So it's not just the green areas. You know what I mean?
Well, and it's a common practice, right? So if let's say the construction is going on, right here in Old Palo Alto, right? And the construction is happening on these streets, there's no reason why marketing can't be going into here to find out exactly what these customers have and what they want. Because as that build is happening here, it's very easy to start extending it in. And that until you actually are in construction and are really in full marketing and sales mode, you won't be able to predict that. That happens with the actual running of the business, right? So people on the street rolling out the marketing campaign, having construction contractors put door hangers on people's homes, right? So they know that the service is there, and then finding out who wants it. And if, maybe you create a rule that says, well, if, we get 30 people to sign up in here, we'll go ahead and build it, right? As we're going and building the green area. So those are just the on the ground tactics that typically you're going to be doing as a broadband provider.
So if we vote for 2 tonight, that doesn't mean that we're just saying the green areas. Those issues will be put together in a marketing plan and come back to the city council or to us and the city council.
Yeah, absolutely. They would be. They really have to be fully fleshed out and go to the sort of be built into the go-to-market strategy for, actual implementation.
Okay. All right. I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
I want to take a moment to thank Chair Siegel for repeatedly asking for this map. I don't know how many times you've asked for it. And I want to thank you, Mr. Honker, for providing it, because this is the kind of conversation that I'm listening to that will be very important to making, when the council makes a decision. And I want to encourage staff, when you bring this forward, to sort of think about some of the advantages and disadvantages you talked about. So for example, from an equity perspective, you can see there's quite a large portion of the city that is completely uncovered right now. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at the dark blue of the AT&T fiber and think about house prices, for example. This map is extremely valuable, and I think it's going to be hard to convey in a staff report. We get them printed, those of us who get them printed, or I'm sorry for all this detail, but this is really important. We get it printed in black and white and gray. So, maybe the multiple layers need to come in color print for people who get the printed packets. Because this really is going to move the discussion from people's personal experiences to an understanding of how this will affect the entire city. And you could imagine people making a different decision about options 1 and 2, based on seeing where we would not be providing service for some time and where it doesn't appear that AT&T is currently providing fiber. So again, my sincere thanks to Chair Siegel for your perseverance and to Magellan for providing this. I think it will be very helpful as we go forward and make decisions.
Commissioner Forcell.
I appreciate that point as well. And I want to add to it because I think I would like to be talking about broadband and not just fiber. To the point that was raised by one of our public commenters, and looking back at the study, one of the documents from our study session that showed that in the surveys, very few people are interested in faster upload speeds. And so some kind of an indication of just whether people have good broadband available to them instead of being solely focused on fiber, I think is important to include in the discussion. I'm thinking back to when I started on the UAC in 2016, and it was right as the conversations with Google Fiber were deteriorating, and there was much hand-wringing around the fact that AT&T was not providing fiber as they had promised to do. And the tone of the conversation that I remember at the time was not, we just wanted someone to provide fiber. And I feel like we're a little bit, I worry, losing sight of the goal, which is just that our community be served with broadband, not that it be the city versus AT&T and we win. And I really want to just draw attention to that I am not convinced that the goal is to duke it out with other providers. My goal is for that everybody in Palo Alto to have access to good quality broadband. And I think that, the unique ability of city-owned fiber is not necessarily that it will be cheaper. In fact, it seems unlikely that it will be cheaper, which is the number one concern in the survey. I'm personally excited about better privacy and no data caps, but again, it doesn't appear from our surveys that much of the community is interested in that. So I'm definitely not interested in a revenue bond or option one for all the reasons that have been raised. It seems really risky. I don't think that the city should be in the business of, taking business risks to duke it out with other companies providing something similar. I do think that we should be laser focused on providing broadband access to those who don't have it. And so option two is intriguing, but I would love to see the options be expanded to, we have lowest cost, we have demand, we have not served by fiber. I would really love to see something that's just like areas of need, which I still feel like we haven't quite captured. Demand kind of captures it. Not having AT&T kind of captures it. But my motivation for being interested in fiber is to serve those who have no options to get decent broadband. And I would like to see a map that captures that. And a cost estimate to match as the place to start for an option two scenario.
Yes, John. Sorry, I was going to ask John. John, would you be able to provide that map as well regarding broadband speed from the survey?
I think absolutely we would be able to do that. So we can look at, what from the residents that responded, we have, the speeds that they're reporting that they receive, and also what they actually are testing at. So I'm sure we can build a map to do that.
That would be a great start. In theory, some of them perhaps could pay more and get better service, but the map that you're indicating, that's the speeds that they have, I think would be very helpful, especially if patterns emerge that are geographic patterns. Oh, and the only other thing to throw in, I guess, is an understanding of how internet works in multifamily buildings. It is higher density, but my understanding is that individual apartment residents can't make the decision to switch, and it's a multi-year contract with the building owner or operator. And so I would like to have a better understanding of that dynamic as these projections of take rates or whatnot in the different neighborhood scenarios would play out, because certainly our multifamily housing is concentrated in certain areas of the city. So it feels like that would affect this conversation. And it's probably out of the scope of this conversation to think about future new housing being built and what the city might be able to offer there. So I think that's the main bulk of my comments. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So I too remember the conversation that we had. It was actually 6 years ago tonight that the UAC discussed fiber, and we were told basically that Google was no longer willing to talk about working with the city. AT&T had shown no interest whatsoever in working with the city, and 6 years later, we don't have any progress in the sense we don't have any more people connected, but we've made a lot of progress in terms of thinking about how to achieve what I think we agree is the goal, which is to get high-speed broadband service to everyone in Palo Alto. I think that's been the goal, and we ought to continue to move toward that goal. I don't think that option 3 moves us toward that goal, because I think we'll be stuck in the same place that we have been, which we don't have any ISPs or third parties are coming forward and saying, we want to participate. I came into the meeting this evening thinking that that option 1 was the best, because that would actually move us toward the goal. But I have listened to the discussion about the interest rates and listened to Director Batchelor talking about we're definitely going to have to do, and so we should try to maximize that opportunity. So I at this point come down in favor of option 2, and I agree that it's going to require some additional thinking about where we would start that build out. But that seems to me to be the safest option, and to build up a track record, which would allow us, if it's very successful, as others have said, it was if the first phase goes well, and it looks like we would get a high take rate throughout the city, we could maybe accelerate the rest of the build out. Those are my comments.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to applaud the research effort that went into this. I thought it was very valuable, not totally a happy story, but still very illuminating. As I understood it, and I'm not sure I did after I heard the answer to Commissioner Smith's question, so maybe you can clarify, but as I read it, it sounded like all the cities in California delivering residential high-speed internet, and there were not, first of all, there were not many found in our study, but all of them were partnering with an ISP. There wasn't a counterexample to that. Is that still is that correct, or is that?
Yeah, those partnerships, usually there are targeted areas. They're not doing a full citywide deployment.
Okay, so that was the model. So that, obviously suggests a risk. I mean, it suggests both a model for going forward and also a risk to doing something else. That said, our previous research had said that there is strong community support in terms of take rate, I think. Also, that the majority of residents are unbundled, more than 50% unbundled internet from cable, from entertainment. So I thought that was good news. So my thought was doing option similar to what has just been discussed, do option 2. And by doing that, make ubiquitous high-speed broadband a fait accompli in Palo Alto, and use that kind of stake in the ground to possibly in parallel explore partnering with an ISP. And I mean it ISP in more the ordinary sense of the word, namely a service provider, not somebody who does necessarily who does the fiber installation. Also, I think, and I think other people have mentioned this, if that seems to be going swell, we can accelerate it. There's nothing that stops us. 2 years from now, I'm saying, wow, people are banging at the door for more. Let's accelerate this. And then, as has been pointed out, we have revenue coming in the door, so it's much easier to do it too. So anyway, that's my thought. I think the idea of working, given the other kinds of models we've talked about for spinning this up, including city employees with all the problems we've had scaling in other parts of the utility, I think partnering with an ISP could be a good way to get this going fast, especially somebody who's done it in 3 or 4 other cities. Seems to be a good way to ensure that it kind of would work.
Yeah, I think that is the thought, is start outsourcing the ISP service in the beginning. So that is part of it.
I think that one chart that showed the other cities who were doing something like this, there were like 4 different companies that seemed to be cutting across all the cities.
I had a couple questions, starting with one. I'm really intrigued by the synergies, if this is with electrification, if we have any sense when electrification projects might start. And then on a totally separate one, but I'm going to throw it out there now, is thank you for finally sending this sheet about where California cities are at. And as I read that sheet, I thought there's no city in California that currently does what we're proposing to do. And I'm wondering if, Mr. Honker, you have any thoughts about why that is?
It's Chair Siegel. It's interesting because we've seen, in almost every other state where there aren't restrictions, we see cities providing service, right? So, there's a number of states where it's restricted, and then there's a number of states where it's not restricted by statute. And the states that it's not restricted by statute, we see municipal broadband providers out there every day. We don't know that the dynamics in California. I mean, it's interesting because we work with so many California cities, and we hear costs being higher as one of those reasons. Generally in terms of labor, CalPERS. That has been kind of a recurring theme that we've heard in the past from other cities that have either considered or have started to deploy fiber to the premise.
And is there any guesstimate, thank you, any guesstimate about when electrification upgrades would begin?
Not at this point.
You might say that.
I don't want to put that out there tonight.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, a couple other thoughts. I think a few of us have said it, but I go back to what is the purpose of this project, and if the purpose is to provide, to provide what we've already said, better internet, broadband to those who don't have it. I don't find. I shouldn't say I have spoken to many people outside of the survey. I worry that surveys are a little bit distorted because the people who respond to it are the most engaged on both sides. And so I did a lot of independent research to try to reach out to people. And I found let's say under 10% of the people I spoke to who thought that the fact that Palo Alto would be offering the service would be reason alone to switch over. There's a lot of, we haven't talked about it, but switching over is not simple for everyone. And there's a lot of inertia. So when I look at that map, I come out very differently than Commissioner Scharf. I think I see anywhere that says AT&T fiber reported and well, I guess it's purple and blue, the darker blue. To me, those would be the last ones to look at because my goal would be to equalize access for the city and to help those who don't have it. And if we're learning how to do this business, it's hard for me to understand why we would want to jump in and compete as the first step. I think we'd want to start where we had a little more freedom. I too came in thinking, I'm not so sure it's the right idea to do it at all, but came in thinking if we were going to do it, that we should just do it. But after tonight, I've probably switched more toward option 2 as well. And then I thought something Commissioner Scharf said very early on, this idea about incentive, it's way down the line, but this idea of sort of free internet for some period of time to incentivize is super intriguing, especially again, because there is a lot of startup effort and costs. And I think you need to hook people. It needs to be worth their while and hook them, because just like we see, great deals, I shouldn't say we, because I don't, but people in the city see great opportunities, to play off Comcast and AT&T if they have both those. They figured out the same thing. Okay, I see Commissioner Scharf.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. What I'm interested in is I don't think we need to make the decision tonight about where to go. We need to make the decision on which option. But my concern is not necessarily to go head to head with AT&T or to go into the blue coded areas or whatever. It's to have a viable business, frankly.
You're kind of breaking up.
I don't know why. I guess I don't have good internet. Jeez, I'll have to switch. Maybe I should go with option 1. The real concern for me is that we demonstrate, if we do option 2, that we have a viable business. And we do whatever it is that makes the right business decisions to demonstrate that. Because I don't think we can have a business, for instance, that subsidizes, people that can't pay for the internet or whatever, if that's all we focus on. I think we need to actually put up a viable business. And once you have a viable business, then you can provide for, internet for those who don't have it, for those who, but at first what you have to do is you have to create the business so that we can then support subsidizing, if that's what the city chooses to do, other people in the community. And if we don't create a viable business to start with, the whole thing will fall apart and we'll never go through the whole city. So I do think that's what the focus needs to be, whatever that business decision is of what it, and I don't know what that is. I don't know where we should go first. It made sense for the green in that, but I think first you make the decision to do, if you're going to do option 1, 2, 3, and then from there, they come back to us with studies on particular items and develop a business plan. And I'm not even sure if the business plan issues should be decided by us or the council. I'm not sure we're qualified, but anyway, I think those are my thoughts on that. I didn't want to be left people thinking that I'm arguing for going into the blue areas, other than I said as a test to see if we have a similar uptake or not. That's really was my point there. It was about testing the different theories so that as we move forward to develop what's the best viable business plan, we have metrics that we understand.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for clarity. And I guess I would ask you, Councilmember Cormack, what's the most useful? There's this action item to choose 1, 2, or 3. I don't know if that's what council wants us to declare 1, 2, or 3. I mean, I can say for me, and again, I spoke to so many people, and it's not clear to me that residents want fiber. It's clear to me that residents want good internet access. It's very unclear to me that they want Palo Alto fiber. But it's also, if I'm choosing one, I certainly have an option that's more clear. So I don't know what's most useful.
I'm going to defer to staff on this.
Well, I think that from staff's perspective, we were hoping that the commission was going to be able to make some type of recommendation to the council. I mean, we put these options in here. We're definitely open to the commission to see if there was another option or other options that were more favorable than the ones that we came up with. But I think though that, we'll definitely capture this whole conversation that we had tonight to the council, but we wanted to make it an action item. And I thought, from what I heard, my plan was at first was I wasn't bringing it back here after we had the conversation with council. I was thinking that we were just going to go to council and have council make the final decision. So thought was come back here, think out these options for you tonight, and hope to get some type of direction on what we would like to, at least if you want to leave all the three options for council, but make a recommendation that the commission made a decision that this might make the most sense, then at least we have something to take to council, and at least they'll know from a commission standpoint what your feelings are.
Commissioner Sharp?
I'd like to move option 2.
I'll second.
Okay.
Can we discuss the motion before voting?
Sure.
Because I certainly share the sense that we all are warming towards things that feel like option 2. I just want to make sure that it doesn't, that we're not being too specific in the recommendation. That the idea around option 2 that I am interested in supporting is just something that's limited, that doesn't raise a revenue bond. I don't know if 20 million is the right number. As I mentioned earlier, I'm interested in, a fourth way of defining like what's the right area to start. So something that captures that there's sort of some additional decisions to be made, but that the idea of a more limited initial build out that doesn't require bond financing, if we can define option 2 that way, perhaps. I'm curious your thoughts, Greg, Commissioner Sharp, since it's your motion.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of what I heard. I heard that if we go with option 2, that they will come back to discuss the details of what that looks like. And actually, I would assume they would come back several times, right? This isn't really a business plan and fleshed out. This is the big decision that we're not going for bond financing. We're going to use the money we have basically and try and move forward and do that. And how many homes can we serve? And what is the best thing it looks like? That was my sense, but maybe staff.
So long as that's clear.
Yeah, maybe. And if staff had a different view of it, I think it'd be great if they spoke up. But that was sort of my sense of it. So if I'm reading that wrong, let me know.
Yeah, I think option 2 is just to have a phased approach without any bond financing. We aren't fixed on that 20 million, like you mentioned. We will have to do more analysis to see what the construction, where areas are, what the rates will be, what the cost will be. But the whole concept is just to not go debt service with the option, but still build the backbone and also at least begin fiber to the premise in some areas and provide that service.
Yeah, I would favor that, the motion option 2, but I would like to highlight the ISP ingredients captured in option 3, because I don't think that's been discussed previously. At least I don't recall that. So, and I think that could be a very positive ingredient, particularly since it seems to be how other cities in California are doing this. So I would like somehow to convey that that's something council should be considering.
I think that would come out of the outsourcing model for option 2, so where we could contract out the ISP service part of it and find a partner to do that. So I think it's not precluded, I guess, from what is currently listed.
Yeah,
My only concern about going too far down the road on the ISP is I wouldn't want to see that be a condition of moving the project forward. I think if along the way we're able to work with an ISP, that's great. But
actually, I agree with that. I don't mean to make it a robot, this is a gate for going forward. I agree with you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I think from my perspective, if we vote option 2, we push, to use our vice chair's phrase, we push the project forward, and I think that's good. With respect to how we fund it, we have funded. So we're agreeing that we're going to spend what money we have first as a team. And we're recommending to council that we spend the money that we have first. What money is available, we spend that first. But I don't want to restrict our city council, let alone the individuals who actually end up running this business, their own abilities, their own capabilities for how to build the business, how to run the business, and preferably how to do it efficiently, economically. So my preference is if we are going to adjust the motion and we simply don't agree on moving forward with option 2, which I think I prefer, my preference is that we vote on option 2, but then to Dean's point, is there any reason for this to come back to the UAC? Option 2 is the recommended way forward. It seems that's reasonable. Perhaps City Council feels different in their deliberation, and they may kick it back, and I can see that happening. But similarly, we're approaching this from a very conservative perspective. We're using that money that we have available. We have a path forward, at least it has been presented. Now, granted, there's more work that's necessary. Councilmember Cormack raises a very important point, and this is something that is going to have to be flushed out post discussion with council, is how do we ensure equitability and equality of services across the city of Palo Alto, right? But that's something for the business to address. I'm not so certain it's something for us to address this evening. Thank you.
As I'm reading option 2, the other piece is that I don't know what you're looking for, but it doesn't even decide between which phased approach is recommended between lowest construction cost, highest demand, or least competition. So
I don't think we have to decide on that
Yeah.
tonight.
Okay.
We have to do more analysis and come back with different options.
Yeah.
They were just
Okay.
scenarios.
I'm still struggling just based on my conversation with so many people, whether to recommend fiber at all. It's almost like if they're going forward, option 2 would be the recommendation. I don't know.
Thanks for putting up this on the, oh, sorry, I didn't want to be recognized. May I?
Yeah.
I like the way it's phrased on the screen because it's very top level and directional. So if that's the motion, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, so we have a pending motion for option 2 that's seconded. And this is option 2 as we read it here, not what was in our packet then.
That's correct.
Okay.
If I may, sorry, I don't agree with that. Again, to the point of what happens in 2 years' time when interest rates collapse and we're at 0 again, and suddenly people are out of work and they actually want to go to work for the city of Palo Alto because they have 5 years worth of fiber work to do. We buy it on the cheap, and suddenly our $140 million investment is now $80 million investment, simply from an economics perspective. I would prefer to leave it wide open and address that later. The original measure, the original option 2, the way it was drafted in the packet, seems appropriate. Why would we direct council? I don't think that's in our purview to direct council how to fund a recommendation. Correct me if I'm wrong, staff. That doesn't seem to be our remit.
No, you are correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner, yeah, they're not going to direct, but I think that, you know, I was just talking to Dave just now, and the thing is that I'm not sure, and this maybe, I know this is getting late, but I'm not sure if that's really the recommendation, because if you go back into the report on page 106, this one talks about under phase approach without new bond financing. And I guess when you were having these conversations about it, that, you know, it wasn't kind of spelled out, I guess I was thinking, I'm reading this right here. I don't really understand. So, and it talks about with the $34 million of fund, 13 million from the electric fund to build the fiber backbone in phase one. So I don't know if there's some language there you would prefer to add.
Let me clarify what the motion should be then. I'll just make it clear.
Okay.
And then you guys can either amend the motion or whatever, but this is my motion. Use 34 million from the fiber fund and 13 million from the electric fund to build the fiber backbone and build phase one of the FTTP distribution network in a phased approach. I'm not going to say based on whatever. I'm just going to say in a phased approach because I figured people should come back to us and tell us how to do it. And I was just going to leave it at that.
And
I love it.
we have a second, correct?
Okay, so the amended motion,
Well, I would call it the clarified motion.
okay, but because what we have in the packet is different, okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So it's option 2 in the packet without the last clause.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Smith,
I vote for yes for the amended motion that was just addressed.
okay. We're tired. Commissioner Scharf,
Yes.
Better.
Commissioner Forshell.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. Okay, well, we're done with that item.
13.
Any commissioner comments and reports from meetings? Okay, and any future topics for upcoming meetings? Commissioner Metz?
Yeah, I had a question. It looks like we have grid modernization on the calendar for next month. Will that be addressing some of the things we've talked about, like impact of SCAT, especially with SCAT moving along and so on, and IRA? Are we going to be addressing those kinds of issues?
So I think that the idea is to kind of give an update on what we found out from the consultant that we've hired to do this quick overview of the system itself. It's mostly geared to the system. What some of the costs might look like as we're moving into this direction. So I won't go into that full detail. Commissioner Metz around the whole SCAP, but it will have the overview portion of it from an outside plant standpoint and to looking at some costs to the house itself. So like a panel upgrade or if there had to be new services or something like that.
Okay, so it'll be sort of high, it'll touch on those issues at least at a high level.
At a high level, yes.
Okay. And then sort of same question for the resiliency update also on the calendar?
I think it's the same conversations that Lena's had with you about looking at resiliency around, microgridding and things like that, microgrids, different type of opportunities to build. Maybe this is the thing that we're working with right now is there going to be some correlation as we do modernization? And then can we get some resiliency in that system at the same time? Or is that going to be an option that we're going to have to push off just to move more quickly through this? So it's going to be it's a report that'll talk about resiliency of the system as well as to the home itself.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Any other comments on topics for upcoming meetings? Great. I think we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for persevering.
Thank you.